Thank you.
Like the rest of the, my term?
Keep Jeffrey on mute,
Oh,
please. I always still have a couple minutes. Talk amongst yourselves.
no. Hey, Matt, thanks for getting back to me. I forwarded it to the concerned citizen. Happens to be my PT guy, so yeah, appreciate it.
Dick, did you get your answer from Mark?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, thanks. Off. Grossage.
Peter?
How old we do to deserve
Whoa.
this?
Is he undercover?
Oh, Jeffrey.
Not easy being me.
Or us.
You,
Hanging out with you.
I know, and I feel sorry for you. I deserve everything I get.
I feel sorry for you.
All right. Afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Town Council work session for December 14th, 2021. It's 3 p.m. and today we start with a High Country Conservation Center pay-as-you-throw program update. Jen
Awesome.
Shank and Jesse Burley are here to enlighten us.
Yeah, well, I'm going to Mayor and Council yield most of my time to Jen Shank with the High Country Conservation Center and Lori Batchelor Adams with LBA Associates, who's been hired to consult on this project. But as you guys know, we've been working on a pay-as-you-throw trash and recycling program now for a couple years, and we are now at a point where we're working with all the other jurisdictions in Summit County and have some recommendations to bring forward from the stakeholder group for your consideration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jen and LBA, and I'll be in the audience for questions, should you have any.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for having us today. If it's okay with you all, we'd like to just present for 10 minutes. And then if you all wouldn't mind holding your questions, then we're happy to address any questions or concerns that you all
Excellent.
have. And again, this is Lori Batchelder Adams. So first slide here is our project timeline. So as you know, we were working on this several years ago in Breckenridge. We are now, like Jesse said, working across all 5 major jurisdictions and also Blue River. So we started the stakeholder process this September. We have had 3 stakeholder meetings. HC3 did get a grant from the state of Colorado to hire LBA. And then we also have some strong future funding to help fund Lori's time and my time to work on this project. So again, we're 3 stakeholder meetings in. We're going to talk today about the recommendations that the Zero Waste Task Force, which is the stakeholder group, has come up with. I think you all are familiar with the Zero Waste Task Force, but it's elected official and town staffer from each town. The ski areas, several large businesses. Abby from Woodwinds is our property manager. We have restaurants. We have a number of different interests on that. There are about 30 people in that group. So in January, which is coming right up, we are looking for public input. We're going to have a couple forums for residents and a forum for businesses and HOAs. And then we will also create a couple videos, short presentations for anyone who can't attend and be soliciting input online for anyone who cannot attend in person to get input. We would love to have the ordinances adopted across all the jurisdictions in the spring, March-ish, and have pay-as-you-throw go into effect in January 2023. Actually, both the ordinances, universal recycling, go into effect then too. 2022 would then be planning and outreach in preparation for the ordinances to become effective in 2023. And Lori will talk about there'll be a little bit longer rollout on the universal recycling side. And I'll explain the difference briefly between the two. So pay as you throw, and by the way, we've abbreviated our presentation, so you all had more information in your packets, a longer presentation with more info, along with Jesse's staff report. So the goal, again, of our grant and this process is to develop these two ordinances are one ordinance that incorporates both pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling. In this case, pay-as-you-throw is going to apply. We're calling it residential, but what that actually means is anyone who has an individual cart at their home and curbside trash collection. So that's what we're talking about for pay-as-you-throw. On the universal recycling side, that's any business, homeowners association, or a resident, of a condo complex or similar who has a shared enclosure for trash and or recycling. So that's the distinction. We are not addressing composting right now. We would absolutely love to consider that in the future. So this program would lay the groundwork to add food scrap collection later. And then one other thing I wanted to mention, because we removed that slide, is that this is widely used across the US. There's 8,000 communities who are doing this. In Colorado, we have Town of Vail, who doubled their recycling rate as soon as they adopted this. We have other mountain communities include Durango, Basalt, Carbondale, Pitkin County, and then there's a number of Front Range communities as well. So it absolutely works. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lori to talk about the recommendations that the stakeholder group has come up with.
Sure. My assignment is to add a little flesh to these two policies. So we're going to start with, are you advancing the slides, ma'am?
Thank you, sorry.
No problem. We're going to start with the residential program. So individual containers, we're talking single family, duplex, triplex, probably. Current system, if you look in the upper right here, is the big trash cart. So most residents, if they want curbside trash service from their hauler, they get the big cart and it's a flat rate. 95% of the homes in Summit County have this big trash cart now. Recycling, if anybody wants it, is an extra fee, which accounts for the fact that only about 30% of residents pay for recycling. Pay as you throw, just like the commercial policy we're going to talk about on the next slide, is really a hauler policy. What we're saying is, okay, haulers, glad you're working in our community, but if you provide curbside trash to any resident, you must take our direction for what that looks like going forward, and it must begin to include recycling. So pay as you throw takes the current system and pretty much turns it on its ear. Instead of one service level and a flat price, which really doesn't create any incentive for recycling, there will be the option of 3 trash sizes, as you see here, small, medium, and large. Inherent in every trash service level is recycling. So every home will begin to have it as a core service. The recycling level will be at least a medium cart. Pricing. Town of Breckenridge obviously cannot tell haulers what they must charge, but they can establish a structure that says, okay, once you have decided what the small service level bundle is, we need you to increase that price by at least 80% for the medium and 80% again. So I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what haulers will assess, but if, for example, hypothetically, a hauler established a $20 a month price for the small service level, it would be $36 for medium, $52 for large. You are probably going to ask me, what is this going to do to the residents' prices in Breckenridge after pay as you throw it is implemented? And again, I can't tell you exactly, but I can tell you based on what other programs see, and that is that about 50% of the residents will see pricing that either doesn't change or goes lower. And that's because that 50% will opt to go to a medium or small container. Even if they add recycling, their price will not increase. That leaves the other 50%, probably large homes, folks who don't recycle now, who need to add the recycle surface, they stay at that large trash, their bills may well go up. We have a number of mechanisms that we think will help them with that, but that's what we see in this program. The other thing I would mention is that the current system includes a subsidy now. If you keep looking at that large trash container in the upper right, families who have that, and they're either a small number of folks in their household or they recycle well, they don't trash a lot, they don't fill that container every week. That may be some of you. On the other hand, they may be large families or people who don't recycle, who more than fill it and overflow it. So the current system actually sets it up so that small trashers, if you will, subsidize those who generate a lot of trash. Pay as you throw works to fix that by making it more of a utility. You pay for the level of service you use, small, medium, and large. So in a nutshell, that's pay as you throw. I'd like to move on to commercial, which is also a hauler requirement, at least at the onset. And we're saying, if haulers, if you're serving you have a dumpster customer for trash, you're going to be providing them recycling. It's a much simpler policy. We don't get involved in trash sizes or pricing structure. The one thing we say for the commercial policy, though, is that the recycling containers, the recycling service must be at least 50% of trash going forward. So we set a minimum standard. As Jen alluded to, this is an easier program to roll out in terms of containers and confusion and explaining it to the generators. But because we have such a space issue to deal with more containers, we give our commercial businesses more time to figure that out and come into compliance. And this usually is a 2-year rollout period. The other thing that is quite different about the commercial program that we'd like to explain is we have a number of requirements we'd like to propose that go direct to the multifamily unit property managers, the commercial property managers, the businesses themselves. This is not a hauler requirement. We don't want recycling to be a secret that only happens in the back of the house, in the loading area, and the enclosures. We want everyone to be involved. So we'd like to add these 3 requirements, which say, okay, folks, if you have a public area where you have a trash can now, going forward, you will add a single stream recycling container. Furthermore, if you have a liquor license and you're generating glass, you will also have a glass container. No glass in Summit County single stream. So that will be a change for these businesses. We'd also like to require hotel and lodging industry to have in-room recycling bins, which we understand will really just formalize what is pretty common practice now. But to pull these 2 requirements together, we want to see housekeeping and janitorial training so that once those materials get separated in a hotel room, in a common area, they stay that way and they're actually recycled. We also want to see training for tenants, occupants, customers, guests, employees, so that everybody participates in the program. So with that, I was just going to touch on the fact that we know there needs to be some pretty great underpinnings to these policies to make them work. This slide outlines that. There are 4 key areas where we see HC3, the county, strong future money, really developing some support mechanisms that can be shared with the towns for implementation and successful maturation of the program. So we certainly expect a comprehensive public education and outreach program, awareness, how-tos. We expect technical assistance specifically for the multifamily unit and the commercial property managers. What the heck is 50%? How do we deal with training? Those sorts of things. We do expect there'll also be financial hardship situations, whether it's a large family trying to pay for a new trash and recycling service or a small business trying to figure out what to do with a dumpster. The strong future money is likely to be available for some level of subsidies that we're still working to flesh out, but we expect that to be part of our program. And on the extreme end, thinking enclosures. If I've got an enclosure, it's not going to handle more containers. I've got to expand it. That's big bucks. HC3 is going to be ready to help obtain grant funding from the state recycling programs. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that while we expect HC3 and the county to be working to develop their own program, we expect them to develop most of these pieces and bring them to the towns and share some training so that it is a reasonable labor load at the town level. Most of the programs will be able to be developed and handed over, and you guys will be able, your individual staff will be able to, take off and implement programs. There will be a couple of exceptions that I would mention, and that will be the waiver variance program. No policy is perfect. And also any enforcement action. We think that HC3 will be developing for the county a good protocol and process for waivers and exemptions, but it will be up to the individual towns to deal with their own applications and approve them at the local level. And similarly, HC3 will likely be doing field monitoring to be looking for egregious non-compliance once the program is up and running and everybody's had a chance to get on board, and then passing that information off to the town so that if there is enforcement action, it would happen with your own staff and your own legal crew. And we expect this to be comprehensive and really support the consistency that's needed to have these individual policies look the same and feel the same once they're rolled out. And I would wrap it up there.
Yes.
Ah.
Any questions for you? Open it up to you all for discussion.
All right, questions, Aaron?
So with, say, an apartment building, do you have an idea of how that would affect costs to, say, somebody who's renting an apartment out of an apartment building?
Can't answer that question for you specifically. In fact, on the commercial side, if that property manager already has recycling and it's already at the 50% level, should be no change at all. If they don't have recycling, obviously they need to add a new service, and it's costing the property management company more. It will depend on whether they decide to pass that cost on to their tenants and how they do it. Chances are the tenants will see some bump, but it's a little bit hard to tell. Depends on the size of the unit too.
Can you explain the 50% thing?
Why we require
No,
50%?
I don't even understand what it is.
Okay,
50% of
let me
what?
give you an example. That's probably the easiest. If a multifamily or commercial property, they have a 6-yard trash dumpster now and it gets pulled twice a week. We would expect that they get the equivalent of a 6-yard recycling dumpster pulled once a week.
I gotcha.
Whatever that looks like, could be small carts or whatever. And we know that volume wise, there's at least a third of the trash stream that could be pulled out. And so you can see, so a third would go into recycling and a half would stay, or 2/3 would stay in trash. That's what it works out to. And the hope is, and what we definitely have seen proven through other programs is that, once they pull that third out of the trash and legitimately recycle it, guess what? I don't need that trash pulled as often, or I can get a smaller container, giving me a little more room, saving me a few dollars.
Okay.
Is there an education component factored in? Because some of these people are probably going to be recycling for the first time or in its infancy. Is there an education component built in so that people know what can be recycled, how to recycle it? So,
Absolutely. The how-to, and good case studies, depending on who we're trying to get to. Property management has one set of education activities, and then the generators themselves. And we've done a lot of talking about cart labeling and providing signage to all of these property managers. They don't even have to develop that themselves. That'd be something in the resource toolkit coming from HC3.
Do you have a plan to work with the haulers to try to get better compliance in actually hauling recycling to recycling and not blaming this is contaminated, this whole loads, you know what I'm talking about. It's I'm one of the residentials that does not pay to have recycling curbside because I haul it myself. And I just trust my sorting and, taking it to the center better than I trust the haulers.
And yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because first of all, I'm sure you know this, Dick, but the haulers are part of the Zero Waste Task Force and have been involved. But I also meant to mention that in this process, this fall, when we kick this off, Lori, me, Aaron Byrne from the scrap. So the three of us actually have met individually with each of the haulers. Obviously this is extremely important to them. And over the course of the summer, HG3 and the scrap also met with the haulers about recycling in general. There were a couple guideline changes earlier in the year, really minor things. But just having this exact conversation with Waste Management, Timberline, and Summit Roll-Offs. And so I feel really good about our hauler relationships and encourage that things have improved recently. I know that it's not perfect, but I think based on some of the conversations that we were having here, 8 or 10 years ago, I'm hoping some of those issues have been resolved and that the haulers are in fact taking the single stream recycling up to the scrap. And once it gets there, we feel really good. We know it's getting recycled. In terms of if it's truly that contaminated and looks like trash, the hauler really doesn't have a choice but to go put it in the landfill. And that's going to be part of this education and outreach, which I do not mean to oversimplify, but there is going to be, an extremely comprehensive campaign that we're going to create. And we will be asking for strong future funding for that. And that will go through a process with Summit County government and an advisory group to request those funds.
Jen, do you know what the current percentage of recycling that ends up in the trash after it's been recycled, like at the scrap? What percentage of what you take in at the scrap ends up just being trash?
I don't think that there is a ton of that, but I don't think that's a number that is actually tracked by the scrap. So I think once it ends up on they call it the MRF, right? Material recovery facility, which is basically the recycling plant up at the scrap. Once it ends up on that floor, it is going down to Waste Management facility down in Denver to get sorted out down there. what ends up happening is they charge us some sort of contamination fee. But I don't think that there are that many loads that end up getting picked up from a commercial business in Breck or anywhere else that end up going up to the scrap. And the driver says, this is so contaminated, I have to put it in the landfill. So I have a feeling once it goes down to Denver, there's easily a 20% contamination. That's probably your figure, is in that ballpark, 20 to 30%. Once it gets to Denver. That makes sense?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, please.
We did do an audit of single stream recycling for Summit County 2 or 3 years ago and found that the contamination rate from curbside was a little over 30%, which is unfortunately not unheard of with single stream, where we put everything in one container. And our education program, that would be a key target. Not only how do you do it, what materials, but how do you do it right? The whole concept, if there's any doubt in your mind, it's not on the list, it's trash. So it's got to be a big focus of our education program. Get that number down.
Are there other communities that are doing this? And if so, is it successful?
Yes, I think the town of Vale is the best example. They adopted this, I believe, in 2014 or 2015. And within a year, they had doubled their recycling rate. So their recycling rate, they don't do a lot of at that time, they were not really doing much composting. So their recycling rate was 9% going in. Within a year, 18 months, it was 18%. It's now sitting at about 21%. So yes, I think you all know our diversion rate is roughly 20% in Summit County. We have a goal to double that by 2035 to 40%. So we believe that this could get us a long way towards our goal. Lori has also done, compiled a bunch of data, and all the communities across Colorado that have pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling in place, they're somewhere in the diversion arena of 35%, between 33 and 38%. So that's much higher than Summit County.
I see Aspen, Carbondale, Durango, Newcastle, Vale. Does it work better in the larger resorts or smaller resorts? Or how I see Boulder's doing it for Collins Golden. What's our expectation as far as Breckenridge compared to these guys?
You guys are doing something phenomenal. You're talking countywide, not just unincorporated county, but all the home rule towns.
Yeah.
So my expectation is very positive. It's not limited, Jeffrey, to just the small communities by any means or Front Range. It has more to do with the consistency of the program, the education, and the follow through with enforcement.
Is Silverthorne on board?
Lori and Josh Blanchard and I presented in Silverthorne on November 10th at a work session just like this. And I thought it went great. I thought they had a lot of really good questions.
Good.
I think what we're doing right now is presenting to councils. We're going to Frisco next. We did Board of County Commissioners last week. Couldn't get on until January 18th in Dillon. So we are just presenting concepts, getting input just like we're doing here. And then we will be presenting the draft ordinance end of February, early March-ish. So they are participating. Anne Marie, the mayor, is participating in the stakeholder process. And so
Awesome.
I'm not sure where they will land, but they are participating in the process and engaged.
That's good. For us internally, I feel like now's the time with this happening to, as we're planning the Riverwalk and the pathway through town, we should look at our dumpster enclosures and where they are and what size they are, and, maybe build that into the plan, and really take a hard look, because this will, if we're really successful with this and are able to roll into composting and such, we're going to need bigger enclosures.
Yeah, the composting piece is a really important piece for me too. It's actually more important than this recycling piece, honestly.
Yeah.
I actually had a talk with Jen today about some of my hesitation with the program. And one of the bigger things that I would like her to address is, we hear a lot of information about how a lot of the stuff that gets recycled, there's no market for it. All these stories about stuff going to China on a boat, and then it gets processed there and it gets sent back as tracks, and that just adds to a carbon footprint. So I spoke with Jen a little bit about that, but there's one other concern I have as we roll through this. if there's a 30% contamination rate, that means our recycling rate is really not what our recycling rate is, because the contamination is trash. So our recycling rate is really 30% less than what we think it is. And I want to make sure that as we go forward, we talk about a true recycling rate, not a recycling rate that is just what gets picked up at people's homes. Because if we can't get people to do the right thing, then that is just trash, and we need to know that it is trash.
Great
So
point.
how do you, in there somewhere is, how do you do that
Right.
as an organization?
It's certainly not simple. And in a community like ours, a resort community, contamination is even more of a challenge. I will say that we have written into the ordinance, and the scrap agreed that the maximum contamination is 15%, right? For the haulers.
Before they can treat it as trash or do an alternative management.
So at the curb, if the hauler eyes it up and sees more than 15%, they have the right to call the customer, call HC3 and have us come over and address it. I will tell you, we had a hauler, Summit Roll-Offs was in our office today, and they were like, this so-and-so business is a problem. Can you guys go down there? And so we are doing those right now as one-offs. We certainly hope to formalize this process. And by going out and doing that technical assistance, like one-on-one, helping businesses and homeowners associations come into compliance, along with a massive outreach and education campaign, I think I know we will improve it. But it is going to be it's going to be a challenge. And I understand what you're saying about the true recycling rate. I think it is worth knowing, and this isn't an excuse. It's just the way that, it happens right now, but all communities are reporting their recycling rates in a certain way. I mean, it's, the diversion weight over the total waste produced. So every community does have contamination. So we're at least apples to apples with other communities, but I hear what you're saying. And that,
Because-
yes, some of that is going into the trash and it
Because I
shouldn't be
don't care
counted.
about other
I get it.
communities.
Okay.
In the end, if you said to me, look, our contamination rate's going to be 50%, I would say this is
Right.
not worth doing, because you're not moving the needle enough. So the needle has to be moved on what gets recycled. That's the only thing that really matters. If we really give a shit about what we're doing, that's what matters. This other stuff is, that's why the education piece will be so important, because your contamination rate, if it's 30% right now, and that's with people who care, it's going to be considerably higher as you go along. And I am worried that, is this just window dressing? I mean, so Vail doubled theirs. I'd like to know what it really is. And I get that that's hard, but there's got to be a way to figure out what is the true number, because if the number's not high enough, this is a lot of brain damage to just send stuff down to Denver that's going to get thrown away down there and make us feel good. So.
No, maybe your point's good. Maybe we do a dual track and we do audits every 6 months or so and track the contamination rate with a goal to reduce the contamination rate. We set 10%, 15%, whatever that number is, where it's an acceptable contamination rate, where we're comfortable that it will be recycled. And we track that. And so we have, dual path. We have a goal for diversion rate, and we have a goal for contamination rate. So.
I'm willing to give this a try, and I'm philosophically in total support. I think it all falls on what Eric was saying is education and enforcement. And I don't know if the enforcement should come totally from the haulers. I think we have to have hands-on, boots on the ground folks from our community spot checking the various outlets and receptacles and making sure that this is done right. And a lot of the enforcement, the education has to be beforehand. In other words, rather than before this program goes into effect. So I think we got to do something, and I think our recycling rate is abysmal, and I think that a lot has to do with the fact that we have a lot of visitors that come in and compared to full-time residents. But I'm willing to give it a try, and I think we have to try something.
Carol?
Yeah, I agree with Jeffrey. I think this will nudge the needle. I appreciate the utility model. I think it is a financial motivation to get people to do the right thing. The fact that there has been a lot of case studies in other communities and they have been successful. Of course, the education is going to be huge in your upcoming forums. I think we'll get a lot of information from that to better craft the ordinance. But in general, I'm fully supportive of this direction. I think it's been well vetted. The stakeholder group is a combination of industry, businesses, property managers, the haulers. So I think a lot of good voices have been on the table, and I support this effort.
Hey, Jen, when you're talking enforcement, are we talking enforcement as in education? Because I'm not sure where that whole enforcement piece comes in.
I think Lori may have a better answer on how this is handled in other communities. That is absolutely something that we still need to work out, like who's doing it. And true enforcement is beyond HC3 and the haulers. There will need to be some enforcement, whether it's from town staff, which may be the way that this goes, like Jeffrey was just suggesting, or someone central like HC3 or something that might be funded, from all the towns and county working together. But I do think there will need to be some enforcement, especially in those first couple of years, just to know, okay, are all the commercial properties coming into compliance and that kind of thing. On the residential side, one thing HC3 is already doing that I wouldn't say is enforcement, but it's on the ground education, is we are going around and checking the individual carts. We aren't hitting all of them, but we hit a lot of them in Breck this summer with oops tags. So we go to a bin, we take a look, we follow, basically we're following a waste management or timberline route. So we go into those neighborhoods, we literally are walking with our recycling shirts on, taking a look in the bin, and then putting, saying, oops, you need to recycle more of this and less of plastic bags. Or if they're doing a great job, we just write like, awesome job, thank you. And then we go back and we hit the same neighborhoods 3 months later. And what we found is that 40% of those households have actually improved their recycling. So I know we'll be doing more of that too, but the true enforcement, writing tickets and so on, I don't see that. I see that likely to be a town function or someone you all hire.
Can't see that. That's a big task. So I can see it. What you're talking about is on the residential rate. But when you get to the commercial, you have dumpsters full of trash that people are dumpster pirates. They go and they take it out of their house and they just throw it in. No commercial HOA can keep track of that. Can they?
Oh, and do you know how that's handled in other communities?
Oh, it's tricky.
Yeah.
It's pretty tricky. A lot of one-on-one, how do we secure this better? How do we have camera surveillance? What help do you need to minimize this? Where are the poachers coming from? The pirates, as you say. But in general, we find communities are hesitant to actually do enforcement action with penalties. It's usually, remember, these are hauler policies. For the most part, the penalty falls on the hauler unless it's clear that it's the generator issue. But we would recommend a tiered structure of penalties, not outrageous, but used and followed through. There's got to be teeth or the credibility is lost. The other thing to keep in mind is that haulers are licensed and their ability for annual license renewal could be in question. That's something that's happening at the county level through, I believe, your HOA or license revocation or suspension. So there's a few ways to go about it. I think your real question is, how do we find these conditions? How do we build a case? How do we provide flexibility, be reasonable, one-on-one training, that sort of thing? That's where HC3 comes in. They're on the ground. They're spot checking and finding these situations, seeing if they can work it out. After a number of, we've tried 3 and 4 times. Here's what we have for data town. You have a structure in place in our policy for financial penalties. You decide whether you want to take action.
Dennis, on top of that, one of the other problems we have that I think is a little specific to Breck is a lot of the commercial places in the core share dumpsters. So there are dumpsters that are shared with 5 to 10 different businesses. And impossible to get, everybody's got new employees all the time. Everybody's scrambling for employees. That's a morass of trying to get people to do the right thing when you have 3 or 4 restaurants and 3 or 4 recycling or retail shops all sharing the same dumpster, it's really hard to know who threw what when. And we went to cameras for a while, and the Public Works send out some photos of people doing the wrong thing. I know one of my guys got caught. And so, we changed the way we did some stuff, and that was great. I'm glad that worked, but
In a situation like that, that might call for a waiver or variance. That might be a special condition where perhaps we allow more contamination, or we, do more spot checking, or, some set of, that would be a good example of providing some flexibility.
one of the things that I said to Jen earlier is this would be easy if all we were trying to get people to recycle was cardboard and glass, because they're easy and they're easy to figure out. And I think the glass is like the cream of the crop for recycling, yet we don't really push that. And the thing that confuses people are clamshells and plastics and different numbers, and it's a lot of noise. And I noted my frustrations to Jen about just the whole recycling thing and how this is developed. And if you came to me and said, let's do cardboard and glass, I would say that's awesome, and make everybody do glass, because that gets recycled. This other stuff, and I'm not going to say, I would really like to see how this develops with these stakeholder groups, but I am very skeptical. I won't lie. And then the other thing that I really think as a group we need to think about is so the haulers aren't going to give people cans for free. That won't happen. As a matter of fact, we tried to get a smaller can for our house over the course of like 8 months, and finally switched haulers because they just were not responsive to giving us a smaller thing. So I'm afraid that I don't know how much buy-in we're going to get from the haulers, and then they're going to charge. So what point do we say for the next 3 months, you get to change your can in and the town's going to pay for that? Are we willing to do that? Or are we just going to toss a charge onto the people who live in the town?
So I have a lot of concern about that. We've talked, right? Like I have concern about how much this will cost. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
I can wait my
No.
turn too. So with the Social Equity Commission, I know Carol, Dick and I, Shannon, we met with our consultant recently to develop an equity lens. And I feel like when you look at the impact this could have to socioeconomic individuals, low-income families, low-income individuals, we can't at this point say how this will affect. And, part of this lens that hopefully we'll be rolling out, it takes into consideration is everybody at the table. And I know that you're doing these forums, which is great, but I guess I would really like to know, are we really bringing in people from different backgrounds to the table? And will their input really be helping to craft this ordinance? I saw that you have subsidies and grants on the slides, which are great. But I would really like to know what the plan is when this is rolled out, because you could have people who, frankly, this would make a big dent into their budget, and they could be recycling already, and so what then? And I really don't want to see us taken by surprise because there was something that we didn't consider. And so I think it just would help everybody if there could be some really honest conversations and see what we can do so that we are prepared. It's really hard to not know how much this would cost. And I totally understand why. It's just, it is an ask, right? It is an ask for our community. And I think, to Eric's point, we really want to be able to say, well, this is what you're getting, and for people to feel comfortable going into it. I mean, I absolutely believe in recycling more and what this is trying to achieve and all that, but I do worry about just our goals here and what we're trying to achieve, our other goals too, and how it might affect that.
There are challenges, there's no doubt. And there's going to be challenges going forward we're going to have to tackle. I think there are many communities around the country, and there are local communities and similar communities that are doing this successfully, not perfectly, but successfully. And we need to learn from them. I think this is incredibly important. It's a initiative that we will have to invest some money in. Because I agree, we will have to find a way to have the new containers paid for. I mean, we're not going to expect the haulers to do it. We're not going to expect the customers to do it. We're going to have to find funding or fund it ourselves and pay for that. I think we need to make the investment. I mean, this is, our destination management plan. One of our biggest pieces is our environmental and being a leader. And I think we're copying out if we just go, okay, there's all these problems, we're not going to do it. We've got to challenge ourselves and overcome the challenges. And your point's good, Aaron. We've got to make it equitable. We need messaging in Spanish and English. We do need, voices at the table, from diverse communities to anticipate issues and tackle them up front. But I don't disagree with anything said at the table. Yes, there are challenges. Yes, there will be challenges. We have to be determined to overcome them. We're going to have to invest some money to overcome them. And with the partnership with HC3, learning from communities in Pitkin and in Eagle, I feel confident this community can improve tremendously year one, get better in year two, get better in year three. It's going to be a work in progress that I am very, very strongly in favor of.
And I in no way meant to like discourage this program or anything. I want all those components to be taken into consideration. And if it needs to take more time or more resources or whatever, that I think we need to look at that. And I think that's okay. Right. Like that's in order to do it right. I think that's okay.
And I think some of the challenge, some of the hesitancy comes from extreme frustration with the haulers for me. I mean, I'm just so over trying to work with these guys and then following them down the road and taking pictures of them dumping recycling in the back of the truck. It's not a split truck, and then dumping trash in the back truck over and over and over and over, commercially and residentially. I'm ready to put some real teeth in fines and licensing and make this thing work. We have to.
Dennis?
Last thing is I do appreciate your timeline. I think that it's realistic, even if we had to push it out a little bit into the future, but I am with Dick. Our one of our destination management plans is environmental stewardship and sustainable practices, and that's what we're talking about. Kelly?
I mean, I agree. And I think a ton of these points have actually been brought up at some of our zero waste meetings. And I just think we have to keep moving forward. And Vail especially is a very similar proxy for us. And I know there are differences, but I think that I really support moving forward. And I do agree the timeline. I actually think this timeline is a bit aggressive. I really want to get this right. And I think there are so many things that are still, have a question mark. But I really, really support the program. And I think we do need to put this in place. But I also would like to, be sure that we're comfortable that we have many of the questions or issues resolved before we roll it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're continuing to talk about this. I think I know I said this at a meeting a long time ago. I feel like we're going down the same road that everybody else in the country goes down. And I don't think this model really is the recycling model we have in this country. I don't think is great. The fact that we talk about contamination, I think is, I got to say, it's a bit of a joke. It's a bit of a joke because it doesn't get you to what's your real recycling. That's all that really matters in this. How much are you really diverting out of the waste stream? And if part of our mathematics is X amount is going to go into the trash, then this model doesn't really work. because too many people are too confused about what's recyclable and what's not. And it would be great if, as a community, we would do something a little bit different and either simplify this so that the people that don't know what they're doing can figure it out. And that, you know, I'm with you guys. On the surface, I think it's great, but honestly, I feel like a lot of this is just feel good. It's on the surface. You know, we don't really know how much is going in the trash. So then we're not doing what we're trying to do. So that's really, when you get right down to it, that's my rub on this thing, is you can easily spoil, you know, especially in a joint facility. You talk about either a multifamily or a commercial, you can spoil everybody's good work by dumping one bin of the wrong stuff in that good work. And now it is all trash. And that happens probably a lot more than we think. I mean, I know it happens a lot because I see it down in the core. So that's my hesitancy. That is my concern. I would like to figure out a path that we can work through those things. There's one other piece, and I sort of talked to Jen about this, and I don't know how you work through this part, but so for instance, at our house, we do every other week trash, every other week recycle. So we use a medium can. Now, we could use a small can and do it every week, but do we really need haulers driving up every street every week? Because the carbon footprint from the trash truck is probably worse than the recycling that is getting picked up. So wouldn't we rather, I mean, it would be nice if we could figure the program out where a medium can equals a small can if it's only every other week or something like that. You know, there's so much more to this than just the very simple notion that recycling is good and trash is bad. And I don't want to do this just for show. This needs to be done for the good of the planet, which is why we talk about it. So it's got to be done correctly, even if it takes longer. So that's my soapbox, and I'll step off.
I just one, you know, and you've said this all the years I've served with you. Recycling costs money, and I think we need to be willing to put money into it. I think it is going to be more confusing for the commercial space, but I think for the residential, I think it could work. And, you know, I think we also have to think out of the box. Heck, I think we should ban single-use water bottles from City Market. I don't know, it just drives me crazy, but I feel all Eric's concern, but I feel Dick's enthusiasm. So, and not in a bad way. And so yeah, I'd love to see, not a weird way at all. So I'd love to see us move forward a little bit and see what happens, and see, work with the stakeholders. And again, the education and enforcement for me is huge. And I think as a town, we can do our own due diligence, like working on seeing if we can ban single-use water bottles from some of these grocery stores. So.
All right. Well, thanks for the time.
Thank you all very
Thanks.
much. Appreciate your leadership
soon, I'm
and
sure.
listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Planning Commission decisions.
Anything?
Anybody? Anything?
Oh, I had a
Anything?
question.
15 minutes. I'm gonna rest.
What's a
Just you
photo-
watch, man.
Photovoltaic. What is that?
Voltaic?
Voltaic. Are those
Solar.
solar panels? Okay,
It's fancy solar.
thank you.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
work that in a sentence.
Anybody see a call up in our future?
Not tonight.
All right, treetop lease renewal for second reading.
There are no changes from first reading.
Questions?
Nope.
Amenity Space Code Amendment clarification.
Great catch.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. So back in 2020, we removed amenity spaces, recreation and leisure amenities from qualifying for positive points. Previously they had from our code. And then when we went through the process of doing the amenity club amendments this past summer, the amenity points got back in there, and it was related to issues with our codifiers and something we should have caught, but we copied over from the code that was online, and that code had not been updated to include the 2020 changes yet, because it took a long time for them to get them in there. So anyway, the main emphasis of this code change is to reinsert that, taken out the positive points, because it was clear intention of the council to make that happen. Now, there's a couple other things we did here. One, we had negative points in there because at one time in the discussion, we were talking about, okay, if someone got positive points for amenities and now they were converting to amenity club, they should lose those points and there should be some negatives associated with that. However, at the end of the day, I think we decided not to do that because we were requiring commercial density for almost everything related to amenity clubs. So staff has recommended taking out those negative points. Did have a chance to talk with Dick before the meeting, so there may be another twist on that one. And then finally, at the very bottom of the document, or that provision, if you will, there's a section that talks about the square footage of any portion of previously approved leisure clubs. It goes into detail about it, not if it's converted amenity club, it has to be treated as commercial density. That provision's already included in 4R, or policy 4R. And so since we would no longer be talking about amenities here, probably makes sense to just delete it here because it would still be in 4R. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, I had a comment because Mark and I talked about this prior. I would like to see us consider, I mean, I understand that taking the negative 2 points out in relation to amenity space, you know, because we're going to require commercial. However, I think there's a lot of older complexes around with meeting space, and some of them overbuilt the meeting space and received positive points for it. So I think we do need to leave the negative points in and maybe put a provision in that if someone removes meeting space, because I think we're realizing that some of this meeting space might not be used very well in some of these complexes. So if we're going to remove it and for another purpose, then I think they need to make negative points, because if they got positive points during the development, you know, that those positive points were offsetting some other problem that they had in their project to get to zero. I don't think we let them just remove it for free. You know, we keep the negative points in there. We refer to meeting space and not amenity clubs, because the amenity clubs require commercial square footage. And because, you know, I'm thinking we're going to see a lot of redevelopment going forward, and this is really in relation to redevelopment projects.
Meeting space originally was the way that you got your multiplier when we did condotel stuff. Correct. There was no points associated with it, but you had to have a certain amount of meeting space in order to get that 20% density bonus or mass bonus. And that's where this gets tangled. It's not in a points thing, but it's in the thing's been built. They got free density. Now they don't need the meeting space, or because for a while that was a big part of what the development code was trying to drive at with I call it multifamily, but the larger projects was that we needed meeting space in town. So I almost feel like we should have Mark do a little more or the staff do a little more research on what exactly that was. We can, you know, I feel like we need to pass this just so we don't get caught. And then we can come back and have a larger discussion on how that actually evolved.
Well, and Eric, we might blend in the 25% bonus common area bonus into that discussion and kind of have the
Right.
discussion, have it all at the same time.
Right.
But pass this now, because I agree with you, we need to get this done. And then come back and have the discussion on the intricacies of what I was saying and what you were saying, along with what do we want to do with this 25%? Do we still need it in our town with the capacity issues where we are today? Do we still need to give 25% free density on commercial projects? I think not personally. So I think the time's to have that discussion too.
Yeah, so to follow up on Eric's comment too, it used to be that our SFE or single family equivalent, the square footage for a condo hotel was 1,380 square feet, whereas like a regular condo is 1,200, and that was to encourage, the provision of these amenities. So they got some kind of to
Right.
Eric's point, they got expert density for that.
So
We took that out of the code several years ago. And so that's part of the history there.
The bigger discussion for sure. So I think we do it later. I totally agree.
Other questions?
Our approach sounds great. I'm just curious with the delay with the codifier, is there a risk that any other ordinances were out of date or that we need to revisit anything?
It is an excellent question.
Probably respond to that a little better than I can. We have ran across a few things. They did do a bunch of updates earlier this year, sometime this summer. And I think we're in good shape, and we're actually changing codifiers again. Because we used to have Sterling codifiers for years. We moved over to this new codifiers, and honestly, we weren't.
Well, they were bought out, right?
Yeah.
Sterling was bought
Yeah.
out and then we had
So-
problems.
Yeah,
So,
just tell you quickly, Sterling, we had Sterling for about 30 years and they were purchased by a big company. And so in that transition, we didn't really have a choice of whether or not we went with them. So we moved along and we found that we were a small fish in a really big pond with them. And so we've since vetted some other companies and we just signed a contract with Code Publishers out of Seattle. So that should start the first of the year. We're currently in the process of transitioning the whole code over to that, which is kind of a big thing.
As part of that, is there a way to do an audit on what we've done, in the last couple of years since this
We
changed?
did.
That
Yeah, to the best of my ability, my office did an audit
Yeah.
of everything that was in there. It was just that the transition happened right when COVID started. So it was really difficult, I think, on their end and on our end. And so we're confident that the new company will be able to do a better job in the future.
Okay.
They're more like the older company that we worked with, a small independent.
we go
one.
back to the big books.
hard copy,
Nope.
hard copy.
like the hard copy. It's me. It's just me. Okay, everybody good with that then? We'll just blow over this other one. Then this next one's not that important. Oh, maybe it is. Resolution approving a second amendment to employment agreement for Ricky G. Holman.
It's not Ricky G in there. Did you notice that?
Why in there?
Real legal document.
Should we wait to see how this meeting goes?
If you revised this from the packet, so I handed out a hard copy, so if anybody is to make a motion to approve this tonight, if you would do it in the manner of what's been handed out. The only change that we made was under, well, basically, this is a second amendment. What we're proposing is a second amendment to my employment agreement. My current agreement expires at the end of this year, so at the end of December. And so this would be an extension to that for another 2.5 years. And that's the only change to the original agreement, is just adding an additional 2.5-year period on there. So, the original one, I had put the merit increase in there, but that's really, we changed the wording, Kirsten and I, to show that that's at your discretion. And we will talk about some performance in exec session, and then you can decide tonight if you want to approve this.
Good?
We'll see.
Oh, all right. Readoption of the town's 3-mile annexation plan.
Okay, Jeffrey, this is housekeeping. We need to have an active annexation plan in the town, our comprehensive plan, along with the land use guidelines serve as our annexation plan. So if we're proposing to do some annexation, we've identified appropriate uses, that type of thing, outside of the town limits. And so the 3 mile, that's what the 3 mile plan is. You can go 3 miles out from the town limits. So anyway, this is just adopts that so that we do any annexations in the next year, we're consistent with, and we're up to speed with the statutes.
Questions? All right. Thanks, Mark.
Miles in every direction.
3 miles in every direction
And up too.
and up in the sky, just in case, and down. In the mines.
May need that.
All right, manager's report. We go to public projects update.
Hello, I did not have a memo because we don't have much active construction right now. Excel is going to wrap up their undergrounding that they're doing on McCain this week. But I can take questions if you're thinking about anything.
Are we moving faster because it's mild weather and all these things that we're doing,
Which things that we're doing.
Like don't
like Excel and all that?
Excel continued to work because of the good weather and they weren't working the right of way, but they're going to close down, assuming that it will eventually become winter
I
conditions.
just want to have one bright spot in the weather.
Total, we got a lot of digging done on McCain.
Okay,
So I
that's
feel good about that.
Thanks for that.
Nice to see you get a little break.
Not for long.
Yeah.
Questions? All right, thank you. Mobility. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a quick update. We are down one driver since our last meeting. We're at 34. I just got good news that we did get another one onboarded here today, but they won't be starting until after the new year. So we are working on that. Again, our goal is 38 drivers for a full boat, and we're working towards that. So I feel pretty good. The one downside is the ski resort has given us a little update on their staffing and hiring plan, and it's not looking good. So they have, as of yesterday, they decided to pull their blue route altogether. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. My team's not quite ready to kind of back them up and help them. We can't kind of put our guys out there yet for that. So it is for the foreseeable future that they won't be running that bus on either route. So it is off. My team has gone out and put signs up at all the stops saying that there is no blue route service and where they can go to grab the bus, brown or purple, to get where they would like to go. But that's kind of a bad news update from us or from the ski resort, I guess. Other than that, we have, go ahead.
Which route is the blue route?
It's the one from the station in town, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Over to Beaver Run.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Jody from ski resort did call me yesterday, just wanting to make sure that, you know, that we were briefed and we were aware. I really appreciate the communication. She is not afraid to pick up the phone and call, which is great to make sure that we know what's going on. And, you know, they have 7 people in the pipeline. They're trying to test, they're doing, it's a challenge, but it's not the kind of job you can hire somebody and they can start tomorrow. You know, there's quite a bit of, there's, you know, the testing and then the training curve and et cetera. So they're working as hard as they can, I think.
How are we handling the PR on Blue Route other than, you know, changing signs and, you know, are we getting phone calls or?
We are getting a lot of phone calls. Our supervisors are probably getting 15 to 20 a day right now. Usually right in the early morning part of the day. So we are getting those, handling them as we can and helping redirect them to where they need to be or where they'd like to be. And then we also sent out a blast yesterday. If everybody, whoever has the Breck Free Ride app, we sent out a blast about 9 a.m. saying there is no blue route service for the foreseeable future. So, and we'll handle it as they come.
Hey, Matt, could you do the blast a few different times? In other words, send it out again and again.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, I saw it and then
Yeah, I saw
I deleted it and then I thought it was from Amazon and went to the post office. So yeah, just keep doing it because some of these people, you know, aren't tech savvy.
Sounds good. We can do that. Only one other thing in regards to the apps that we've had, the Free Ride app, we did have a conversation with Synchromatics, the company that runs it for us, gave them all of our concerns, and they have reassured us or assured us that they have already and are continuing to update that app with exact kind of fixes to what we've been talking about. So I feel pretty good about where they're headed. They said within the next 4 weeks, they should be back to absolutely better than it was before. So I feel good about that one. And Passport app as well. We met with their engineers and discussed the issues a lot of our, town members are having with that app and cell service that, kicking you off when you try to utilize it. And they are working on that issue. They realized the excuse of cell towers wasn't necessarily the answer. So they're working on that. That's all I got.
Since you brought up Passport, I'm not sure if this falls under you or not, but the new parking garage, it doesn't use Passport, or it's.
Yes,
is
so
that true?
it does.
It
We
does,
can use a
okay.
Passport app in there. Yes. We are
Okay.
working right now on printing the stickers just like you see around town. We'll have them installed probably next week on all the kiosks so people can actually use the code in there.
Okay.
You do a different app.
So the
I've
honk
heard.
app is also another opportunity that you can use. There are, I guess, depending on which one you have loaded, each one's different. So
Do they all go through free ride or for Breck Park?
Yep.
Okay. Somebody, and I meant to call you and ask you about that because somebody said to me it's a different app and
Yeah, I think they said did you post any numbers in there?
Not yet. No.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think
So
that's
we'll
the
post that
difficulty,
number. Yeah. We'll post those numbers hopefully next
the
week
zone number.
for the Passport app. The honk app is the scan QR code. And
Okay.
once you use the honk app, it's actually a better interface, but you do have to download a new app if you don't already have it. Most of us already have Passport. So
Can you use the honk app for
Instead.
everywhere in town then?
not
too?
quite everywhere. No.
No. Okay. So
No.
it's probably better to just stay with the Passport app and then use the number once it's posted in the garage.
Correct.
You know what the number is? Can we just say it right
Don't
now?
remember it right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
And it's probably better for locals to stick with the Passport app,
Okay.
but Breck Park has had really great success with that tap and ski in the other ski area lots. So the skiers use that honk mobile, I think, more than Passport. So
What is, sorry,
it's the QR code.
the
for
tap
honk
and ski
mobile.
is
It's tap and ski
scanning and
Honk?
skiing. Okay.
mobile,
Oh,
like honk a horn.
Scan and ski sounds
Pretty
great.
confusing apps to use.
Yeah.
this is super confusing.
Yeah.
It is, I think, as we talk about having 3 apps, but I think what we're hearing from our locals is they're used to using Passport. They want to be able to do that in the structure. So we'll make that available to them and they won't have to worry about the others. But on the flip side, you have skiers who have been using honk mobile, and to ask them to, if they're in the south
Oh.
gondola a lot, they're using Passport. If they're in the north gondola a lot, they're using tap and ski. It's not a seamless experience for them either. So it provides, 3 options: the kiosk, Passport, and honk mobile, whatever your preference is.
Is honk used in other ski areas?
It's used in a lot of other areas. Similar to Passport, they're both used all over the country. So
Okay.
So do our numbers, since the numbers are the critical part for the parking structure because of our lease agreement with the ski area, do we get the right numbers?
we get
using
accurate numbers.
multiple
Yes. Yep. We get accurate numbers all rolled into Breck Park system.
Okay.
They manage it all for us.
Okay,
They don't separate the transactions.
okay.
It's not as confusing to them as it is to us.
Super confusing. to me now. I'm more
I
confused than
apologize
I was
for-
when I
for
came
bringing
in.
that up.
Well, and just a reminder too, that all the revenue that comes from however anyone chooses to pay for parking all comes directly to the town. None of it goes to Interstate first. And that's how we've set up our agreement with them. So all of the revenue comes to the town and then we pay them for their services. So I think that helps with the,
Right. Okay.
We're not worried about the success rate for Interstate to successfully track both apps and whether people have paid or not paid or got tickets or anything like that. That's all been seamless.
Yes.
Wow. All right. All right.
New.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks. Housing and childcare.
No, actually, not the update. We didn't have anything in your packet. We probably will be scheduling a work session with you in January to discuss what we talked about at the committee today. We did have a pretty good committee conversation this morning.
How's the turnout for the applications for childcare? Sorry to push it.
Corey, what'd you do?
We have had excellent applications. We have 8 applications for 4 spots. So we are doing interviews tomorrow, actually, tomorrow afternoon. So really excited about that.
And so is the application time over?
Correct. Yep, all done.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions?
One housing question. I had someone ask me about the maintenance policy. I know that's been on the back burner. There's so much going on, but just curious on a timeline of when
Oh,
we
yeah,
might
it's
revisit
definitely
that.
first quarter of 22.
Okay.
You know, we were hoping to get to it in January. We'll get to it. It's literally next on our priority list, and so that and marketing housing helps.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Reports, what do we have? We had Summit Stage. Any questions that anybody could answer? Right, events.
The minutes are in your packet. I don't have anything to add, but we are happy to answer questions.
Anything? All right. Open space master plan update. Evening, Ann.
So our master plan process is still ongoing. Our consultants are in quite the deep analysis and evaluation stage at this point in time. So it's a little quiet on our front, except for the fact that we do have our winter survey that is out and live this week. Hopefully you all received an email link. It's all posted on our project website at brecost.com. The survey is available in both English and Spanish, and we are planning to leave that open until the first of the year. So we're really hoping to capture a lot of that good winter trail activity related information. And as part of that, we are going to be taping our 5th podcast in the series later this week. Big thanks to Jeffrey, Shannon, and Scott Reed, who are going to participate in that, all on the topic of winter recreation on our trails. So that will hopefully be released, edited, ready to go next week sometime.
And that'll push people to the survey.
Yep.
Great.
Yep. That is our hope. And we're also just pushing out information on our website, social media, and definitely trying to get the word out, as we do hope to reach a very wide and diverse audience for this.
You know, Ann, I worry about the winter survey because we haven't had winter yet. And I want, as far as like real time experience on our trails, other than, I guess you can fat bike and boot pack, but I mean, it's a rarity that you can back, cross-country ski, Sally Bobby, no one's backcountry skiing. Not a few people are. So is there any possibility of extending that winter survey so that folks actually get acquainted with our system?
The issue our consultants have with this is just overall timeline, because they're doing and wrapping up a lot of their evaluations and recommendations, and to keep on our timeline to be able to do public engagement where we're starting to show those recommendations and start to develop that vision and get additional public feedback on that, it really throws off that whole process.
But they work for us.
They do, absolutely. And if that is something you want to push back the project probably by a couple of months, that's what it would take.
What do you guys think of that?
I will tell you, our consultants are hopeful that the information they've captured through a lot of the public open house, the interviews, the focus groups, and the surveys will give them a lot of good information, even though we haven't really had a lot of winter just yet this season.
And when does the winter survey close?
First of the year.
So we're talking 2 weeks.
And what's usually our guest to resident ratio there on the survey?
Oh, gosh, the community survey that we did in the fall was overwhelmingly locals. I think our visitors were just a handful of responses. We did a separate visitor survey in the summer and got maybe 75 responses overall on that. So largely the information we've been getting is from the local community, primarily Breckenridge, but then also the rest of Summit County.
So we would assume that the winter survey would be similar. It'd be locals who could probably fill it out right now without.
Can you remember winter from last year?
Or the year before.
Yeah.
Did you say how many respondents we've had? I'm sorry if you.
Well, the community survey we did in the fall had about 519
just the winter one?
responses. The winter one just opened, so it's ongoing. I don't know how many people have filled it out just yet.
So we could always, if we didn't get a very high level number of responses by January, we could just extend it.
Right. And quite honestly, there's always a little bit of a leeway time at the end of the survey. We don't have a hard stop because there always are a few ones that trickle in and we still want to capture those.
Well, the only thing I would say, and I don't know how the numbers will turn out, but this is such an important plan, so important. I am not concerned about pushing it back 2 months to get the right information. So if that's, if we're asking ourselves, do we have enough respondents? Do we have, are people thinking about the right thing because the conditions are right? Then we should definitely extend it. But if it turns out there's plenty of respondents, then maybe it's not as big of a deal.
I think that's a good, I really like that to just gauge to see what the response is.
Yeah, I think we
around
have our-
January 1st, because it's also the holidays. It's also,
No.
there's just there's just a lot going on. And so I think that's a fair way to do it. And I know that just like what you're saying, we're shooting for more diversity and like our previous conversation, looking at everybody at the table. I think that's a good way to do it, and just to see, how's it going. And
yeah, I think we have a good benchmark from our fall survey to see how
Right.
many number of respondents we had there. So we can certainly check to see if we're close to that. And if we need to reevaluate, we can do that.
Great.
Sound good? On a totally separate topic. but
Yes.
Germaine, I have noticed that there's a lot of mud riding going on. So there is a lot of tracks and a lot of trail wear. Do we worry about that? I know there's no trail crew, but I'm assuming you could call Joel and him.
We do actually, and Joel is coming on full time in January, which is awesome. So we're going to have even added support in the wintertime months to address a lot of this.
Okay.
Tony's been working around the clock, obviously trying to update trail conditions and check on things. But we certainly appreciate a lot of eyes and ears and problem areas.
I mean,
that we can
everything
try
on the left side of French Gulch is getting hammered because there's no snow on it and it's
Right.
wet.
Okay.
So-
Okay. Yeah, we can certainly push out some more messaging too on social media for that.
Meters back up in
Well, and-
December.
I mean, maybe by the end of the season, as long as people on a trail braiding maybe by the end of the winter, it doesn't matter. It just all fills itself in anyway. But I don't want to get to the summer and then have
Right.
some major reconstruction to do. So.
Oh, that's great.
Right.
Thank you.
Tourism Overlay District Task Force update.
Again, so we met a couple times as a task force since the last time we updated you. And I think the last update, we were talking about having an overlay district and then everything outside that. That's evolved a little bit. And now we have 3 tiers that we're talking about. Abby Brown, one of our task force members, suggested we consider that. And so what you see on the map here on the screen is in green is our zone 1, our tourism zone, i.e. tourism overlay. That's the area where we would probably see some additional licensing occurring. I'll talk about that in a minute, a little more. Then in the kind of pinkish, whatever you want to call that color there in the middle on going along Main Street.
Chartreuse.
Thank you. Perfect, Jeffrey. That is our zone 2. And that also includes just to the south, you can just see the tip of it there, White Cloud and Upper Warriors Mark as well is included within that. And then finally, the blue is zone 3, everything else in town essentially. So the thought process on this is that within zone 1, the green area, there would be probably some additional licensing that would occur. We don't know the exact level of that yet. Within zone 2, well, let me make one other caveat here to start the discussion. The idea is there could still be licensing in any of these zones. But the thought is, for example, in zone, let's say zone 2, for example, you'd have to see a license lost through attrition, either because the property sold or because someone decided, I'm not going to pay the fee for doing short-term licensing. In that case, if we saw a license lost, someone else within that zone 2 could apply for the license. Same thing out in zone 3, within zone 3, and the same thing within the overlay district or zone 1. So that's kind of, and that was, I think, purposeful on the task force in terms of there'll still be some opportunity in each zone for licensing. However, the difference will probably be that within zone 1, there may be some additional license opportunities right away or fairly soon. In zone 2, it's going to be more probably keep about the same amount of licenses that are there right now. And in zone 3, we're going to target reductions in licensing. So in other words, right now there's like, I don't know, 900 license in zone 3. That would have to be reduced by like 300 or something like that to get us towards our target numbers that we've been talking about.
And we don't know what that number is now. And so today really is not about talking numbers with you because the task force still wants to, work through some different models and make some recommendations because they've been reminded that ultimately those numbers are up to all of you and where you end up landing on that. But really, I think we like this kind of 3-zone concept and those licenses staying within those zones. And Kelly and Dick have been involved in this. And so we wanted to kind of check in with all of you and make sure that you like that direction also.
Philosophically, this thing will, whereas we hold our numbers, as council, mandated, or whatever we end up with, that's council's call. But philosophically, we're that zone 1, the green, will be loose enough where theoretically, when people sell and, that the licenses will turn over and they'll still be available, maybe not immediately, but event, it'll be the quickest turnover. In zone 3 or neighborhoods, basically we're pushing the short-term rentals out of that zone. And, if there are any potential additionals, it'll be in zone 1.
But those that have a license will continue to have that.
They will until they sell. And then through natural attrition, those numbers will get down. And I think fairly significantly, as Mark said. So again, we're not to the numbers discussion yet, but I think philosophically, that's
So
kind of the general.
at the end of this month, we'll open up the period for reapplying for your license for 2022. And that'll go about a month until like January 27th that everyone needs to have applied. So we're thinking by the end of January, we're going to have more real data about what did we lose? Is there's a bunch of attrition here or not? And that'll help inform our decision about the numbers and that type of thing that Rick was
Right.
alluding
We're
to.
going to hold off till we know real numbers after natural attrition.
Questions?
I went to that meeting. It was really well done.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing, which is we have a lot of our members here and everybody has been super engaged and very thoughtful in their input on, all sides of every equation. And it's just been terrific. I mean, Avi has gone through like unit by unit and we have been trying to, do things that make sense for the community. Both in making it easier to get a license or making it so that license migrate to the areas, that have the infrastructure for that. So I'm just super appreciative of that process. And then Brad and Sarah on staff with Mark have just totally been covering us with data and mapping. And it's really been a good
They've been
process.
incredibly responsive. They've been very much thanks.
That's awesome. Well, I've been checking in with Dick and Kelly after every meeting and I'd like to also thank you guys for the hard work. This is super important. I'm glad it's going the way that it's going. You never know when you put a task force together, if it's going to be toxic or be a good working group. So thank you all for your patience and your help. One question, for a place like the Wellington, you can't have any short-term rentals in the Wellington, right?
Correct.
Right. Are we by doing this and putting a place like the Wellington into that district? Are we in any way
Changing.
suggesting that we don't need a fourth district that is,
I hope not, Eric, because then we gotta go through and,
Cut out.
and white out 1,000 units across town that have deed restrictions on them,
We'll be pulling one unit out of a complex that's deed restricted. I think a deed restriction trumps.
Yeah.
okay,
When we describe like zone 3, we may say all other areas were allowed or something like that, where STR is, allowed, et cetera.
That too,
Yeah.
right?
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
all right. Great work.
In the center of town, how far east is that purple, what's the color, chartreuse?
I thought chartreuse was green.
Off French and east.
Yeah, it's Ridge
Really
Street.
robust discussion.
I think the one thing that got added on French was the atrium.
Oh, right, that's what that triangle is.
Yeah, by Carter Park there.
Great.
Could you please email us this map? I know it's the draft version, but just have time with it. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, let's ask Kelly. We went back and
Somebody
forth.
said
on it. Yeah, we went back and forth. on it. Yeah, it's a good-
That map, go right.
Yeah, that-
That's nice.
Whenever we're ready.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce, our team, Elena and Kimball and the entire team for Alta Verde is here, and they're going to be doing a presentation. I'm not going to be speaking very much, so I'm going to
Lori.
turn it over.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is. But it's great to be back here in person with you all. So thanks for inviting us back. I'm Kimball Krangle with Gorman and Company, joined with Elena Scott from Norris Design. And we are very excited actually to be back with you. We came on the 24th of November and we heard some stuff. We went back to work and kind of regrounded ourselves in the guiding principles of what we're trying to accomplish at Alta Verde Phase 2. And we'd like to review some of that with you all today. So you can go to the next slide. Do we have that? Yay. So we heard a couple things over and over again. The buildings were way too massive. The parking was way too much in everybody's face. And the building character was not really of keeping of the town, and that we needed to take a closer look at that. So we did want to kind of regroup as a team to talk about all the varying things that we're balancing, because we are trying to balance a lot on this site. And there are a lot of important things on this list that we're going to be talking through with our presentation as we work through it. But obviously affordability, meaningful long-term rental apartments to this developing part of town, the community character, massing, and the livability of the apartment homes, both inside of the home and outside of the home. And so our great team put together kind of a visual that we thought we would start off with to help suggest a little bit better how we envision Alta Verde Phase 2 living. So with that, we'd like to jump directly into some things of what we have changed in relation to the feedback that we received last time. But Elena, that next slide that you pulled up, I think was a really great starting point for us, in the sense that where we really were starting was to talk about the housing needs, the lack of supply, and the intense demand for housing. And where this all really started, when we first started talking about Phase 2 here, was the lack of housing supply. And we just went right back to the housing needs update. What a funny date. We look at that date now and realize what happened literally a week and a half after that date. But, what we saw in this update was there's a dearth of housing supply. And there is a huge need for apartment homes, rental markets, units between 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. Those are the highest in demand, and those that allow for pets as well. And then being proximate to public transportation, energy efficiency being highly desirable, and having locals housing. So that was kind of the foundation and the groundwork where we started, was to say, how could we create this amazing neighborhood where people want to live, that's right on transit, in town, and with great amenities, both inside the homes and outside of the homes.
All right. Elena Scott with Norris Design. We think that we've, because of your input, come up with a much better plan for the community. We're really excited to talk to you more about it. And, you know, we have thick skin, and so we're really glad that we could go. We worked really hard over the last couple weeks, being really thoughtful about your feedback and also really thoughtful about what it would mean to change the plan and create this livable space that really fits into the character of Breckenridge. One of the things that we first started with in thinking about Alta Verde 1 that's under construction, the size of that site at 4 acres, and how when you look at this next phase, it's 8 acres plus another 4-acre FERC site with the park. So we started thinking about it in blocks of 4 acres. It felt more like livable within each segment or each block, really trying to create their own distinct character with the green veins that we've added in that connect through, really creating a lot more permeability through the site as a whole, connecting the sidewalks better, thinking about how when you're in one of the blocks, and go to the next one here, you really feel like, okay, this is where my parking area is, and you'll probably see a bunch of your neighbors. And then this is where we hang out over in this green, this green corridor. And the amenities are really expanded throughout the property, and the internal open space just really feels a lot more linked and connects us better to the rec path. The width of that green vein there in the center is 120 feet. We have a slide further on just as a couple examples. Tom's Baby Park on North Main, that's about 100 feet wide. And then we also looked at the Riverwalk Center just to give you a sense of scale of the size of that we were able to create. And part of this comes with the reduction of units. We've taken the plan from 200 to 172. So we've taken 28 units out of the site, which allowed us to really break up the scale, break up the massing differently, and start to create those better connections that we were looking for. I did want to point out that previously, we had much longer buildings, and with these revisions, we've eliminated 100 feet of linear footage of building. And so that also helped to break it up a lot. And when you look at the massing, you'll really see between building 2 and 3, with the change in height and the change in material, you really start framing up the spaces in a really great way. And I think Nate's going to talk for a minute about materials.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nate Stark, architect on the project. Thank you for all your comments last time. And yeah, so we, sorry, jumping around there.
So you're not used to seeing him not in a dark basement. So this is Nate.
I'm getting used to being back in person as well. So yeah. So we still have the same inspiration board here, but we did a deeper dive into looking at Breckenridge architecture, how to break the massing down. So we're still implementing a lot of the same shed roof styles, bringing overhangs out, using some timber elements to really speak to that mountain architecture. One of the projects we really started to study in town here is Moose Landing. It's a 3-story project, but it doesn't read as such. It doesn't read as massive. So what we did is start looking at 2-story elements and how we break those 2-story elements and step up to a 3-story element and bring that height down. So you'll see that in our next slide here. And what we wanted to do is take an elevation. So what we've done on a lot of those 2-story elements is brought in the shed roof design, excuse me. And that shed roof design, we've taken a different approach to it. Instead of having that with a large overhang and spanning a long distance, we've broken those up, still able to gain the solar access. And in between those sheds, we have low sloping roofs with parapet walls that will hide lower solar panels. So what that element also does, and you've seen in the renderings before, is it helps transition from the 2-story element into the 3-story element. Next slide.
Did it move? No.
Yeah. And so this is taking a look at one of those 3-story elements. And what we've done is on those corners that face that main drive, stepping those down, bringing that 2-story up into the 3-story element. And I think it helps read as less massive. It helps transition. Some of the other elements we brought in is some of those timber frame outriggers, brackets there. And also picture framing some of those boxes on the right, I'm sorry, the windows on the right to break that facade up. That just read as pretty massive, so we wanted to break that up as well. And then a change in materiality, bringing in these taller wainscots, and that black doesn't really give it dimensionality, but those would be board and batten siding, and those would be close together. So it kind of reads almost as like a corrugated metal look from the outside, with those being closely spaced out. And then also one other thing we did is we darkened up the siding element. I think on our previous design, it just was too light of a palette, and I think the darker is more of the Breckenridge feel. And then this is really that shot that you can see that transitioning going from the 2-story element up to the 3-story element. And we've kind of gone back to Alta Verde as far as like where we sit with the height, and with that 3-story element with the flat roofs, we're actually right in line with some of those larger shed roofs from Alta Verde in height. So those do have a parapet on them, those 3-story elements, and they will, screen that solar panel farm up there. And we're really looking to maximize that solar array, both on the shed roofs and on the flat roofs on the 3-story.
I think that the rearrangement of the plan also helped us just to capture the views by creating those green veins that cut through the property. We're able to really think about resident views, which is a key part of livability, natural light, looking out into the environment, and also to have this 2-story scale along the road frontage that's really broken up, almost looks like a townhome approach, which is something that we heard. We want to make sure that we're providing, a good number of units because the need is high, but we're really thinking about the massing and the character of that facade and how it would read in the community as a whole. Also, with this change, the bus stop no longer has an access road right next to it, or the parking lot drive, and you can connect through this building. And so it really creates a nice bus kind of plaza space that's more welcoming, a little bit more protected from the wind, those kinds of things.
So again, as a team, we really went back to the foundations of what we were trying to do here. And, we talk about massing and materials, but at the end of the day, what we're really trying to create is a community where people love to live. And it's something that we do as a company, and we're very proud of the work that we do. At our mountain portfolio, which includes properties in Vail and Keystone that are occupied already, we retain between 70 and 80% of our tenants year over year. So our residents stay with us, not because they have to, but because they want to, because we create an amenity package that is really wonderful for folks. You can have pets. We often include dog parks. We have the in-unit washers and dryers. We have what we call our Colorado closet, which is really just, we all have so much stuff. And so it's, where do you keep, whether it's the stroller, if you've got littles, or if you have the bike or the split board or your paddle board, whatever it may be. There's room for that in our Colorado closets, as well as pantry shelving, whether it's for your boots or for your food, or a combination of that. And then we took a cue from feedback we received from the first phase here, and we enhanced that entryway with the bench and the area for taking off your boots, hanging up your backpacks or whatever it may be. And then, sorry, Elena.
Oh, sorry.
Lots of closet space, full kitchens that have seating, either built-in or table seating space. And then we did provide the new apartment home mix, given this revised plan and the parking count, just for your reference. So we'll have Nate come back up.
Hey, real quick, is there any storage on the ground level for these people?
Yes, and Jeffrey, is it okay if we go through the units themselves
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
that's cool.
highlight?
Yeah, that's
Just
fine.
to keep us on flow,
Yeah,
if that's cool.
that's fine,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
All right. So here we have a studio. Those white boxes in the bathroom there would be a washer and dryer just to help with the efficiencies. And then right at the entryway, we didn't quite have the space for a large bench, but that also has like a snowboard ski rack shelf component to it, along with a bench and some cubbies, coat rack. And just enhanced efficiencies and amenities in these is kind of the growing trend. So some of the things we like to have in the mountains is coolers, bikes, kayaks, stand-up paddle boards. So tried to put as many of those elements in there, and you can see you still have good circulation through that unit. So that's being a 1-bedroom. This is a 2-bedroom. So that same Colorado closet there with our bathroom and that little entryway, again, little stash spot. And then 3-bedroom unit, this lives really good too. This one's just well suited for a family. One thing we did take into account is placement of those 3-bedroom units. We're putting those at the ends of a lot of those buildings with direct access to stairs or right to the exterior. So parking 2-unit is the shortest distance of all units, but still dispersed evenly throughout the project. And then here we have an example of our storage lockers that we'll be looking at each one of the buildings. So, those are just kind of mesh lockers that residents can put their extra gear that can't fit in the Colorado closet in. This example is about a 4x4 locker, and that would be floor to ceiling, so about a 9-foot space in there. And then in our building 3, we have kind of a bike storage room. So that's additional bike space. You're not going to be lugging your bike, your e-bike to your unit, and that takes up quite a bit of space. So those bigger bikes can live in this bike storage room, direct access to the exterior and to the interior. So flow of traffic, you walk your bike in there and you walk right into your unit. That'll also have a little bike repair station kind of right there in the corner by the door there with a little hook to maintenance your bike. And then in the common area, just a little seating area. We have been tasked with reaching back out to USPS here to see if we can get servicing in the buildings. We looked into it on Monteverde. So we're going to keep on that task. If they will allow internal mail, we would put that there, as that would be kind of that central hub for residents to come in and get their mail from and just kind of gather. And then we also have our 2 leasing offices there to mention, because this site would need.
And
2
building
distinct-
3 is the one that's right adjacent to the bus stop. And so this is that, more public lobby space that all residents can enjoy. On the exteriors, a couple things that we've been able to add: a share shed, which can have like sleds for the kids. It can have fishing poles. It can have sidewalk chalk, lots of different elements to share. That is right here, little share shed. We also included nature play. We have dog park. We have, I think, much better access to the river with this revised plan to the rec path. We've also added a little disc golf area into the plan here, which is identified as area 6. The greenways that cut through, I think, the video really accurately shows how this space can feel and live between the nature play, circulation, gathering, barbecue. This is that scale comparison actually for the Riverwalk, 120 feet from the bike path to where the grade starts dropping off. And this is 120 feet here. Here's the bus stop we were talking about in building 3 with that bicycle amenity. We'll have bicycle racks, of course, throughout the property. And one important feature that we were actually just met with Red, White, and Blue again this week, but we're going to be able to have this connection here be an emergency access only. And so we are going to be able to have that whole corridor really maintain clear pedestrian and bicycle through the property without any vehicular conflict. So we're really excited to hear that from Red, White, and Blue earlier this week. We think it's a great benefit to the project as a whole. We have, I think we mentioned the amount of open space, but the internal open space and how it's different in each area. It's complementary to each other, but there's a lot of different things you can experience, a lot of different spaces you can experience. And so it really will offer our residents a lot of different options for play and for gathering with their neighbors in the community. Couple changes on this plan, just I mentioned the connection here, how this can be emergency access only now. We've included a 10-foot sidewalk on the bus stop side of the road in hopes of a future extension to a school if a school is built here. So safe routes to school, really important to our planning and thinking about how people will connect into the school site should that happen at a certain point. We have the 14-foot Blue River Bikeway that's extending from AV1 right here. We did hear about just, some thoughts on the distance between building 4 and AV1, this building here, that's 53 feet. Just a couple examples between this building we're in right now and the professional building. That gateway is 30 feet. This is 53. And then another example that we provided is the same exact width. It's actually on Jefferson by Cool River and the old Ollie's building. So that's also 53 feet, just as a perspective of what that width is. And these are both the 2-story buildings in this location as well, with the sheds facing for best solar orientation. Let's see. I think that I've covered all of the points here.
Yeah, I think we're really excited actually about how we were able to improve the site flow and functionality for future residents. Whether you're a visitor trying to get off the bus and get over to the nonprofit site, or you are using the bus or a car to get from points throughout your day, the flow is much better, we feel like. And if folks are trying to get onto the bikeway from any building, there is a safe way to do that without having to have conflicts with auto. And so we're pretty pleased with the improvements that we've made, but we would love to hear your feedback as well.
All right, questions first.
Where's the trash?
Where's the trash?
Where do you put your trash?
Oh, it'll be a combination trash, recycle, and compost that we have used before, that Jesse's design. Those will be located throughout. We have not located all of those yet. We just first wanted to make sure we're on the right track from the site plan perspective, and then we'll add that in.
But there
that layer
will
of
be
detail.
trash and recycling and
Closures,
composting. Yeah.
I have a question on the 3-bedroom. I know that this is really in the details, so if this is too much, let me know. What size beds can those other 2
They can all accommodate queens.
queens? Okay. It's hard to tell with the illustration.
Yeah, what we wanted to do is to show how we expect them to be used.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. I guess another comment too is I noticed that it's the 3-bedroom seems to be the only one that doesn't have that like nice closet entryway.
Oh, it has the Colorado room right there.
It's right there. See the stroller is in it. Yeah, so there's the washer dryer, and then the entry is back by the table, so you walk straight through your door. Yeah, right.
Sorry.
The coat rack forward, right there.
So
So
you
there's
walk
the
down the
coat rack.
hallway.
It's just in a different location, but
Got it.
it's still right in the entry.
Okay.
Are the storage lockers assigned to each unit, or are they?
They won't be assigned to each unit. Again, we still are figuring out all the details, but they're in every building. And so there will be opportunity for folks to have access to them.
That's not additional rent, is it?
We haven't determined that yet. It depends on how many we have versus what the number of apartment homes there are. If it can't be a 1-for-1, we do typically charge a nominal rent, just so that, it's more of a first come, first serve versus first come, first serve, because then there won't be enough, excuse me.
Right. So this is like a common area storage place? It's not segregated, like individually locked off?
Those are individual doors that are locked off.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's really similar to what we've put in Wintergreen as an example.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is my bike in a room separate from other people's bicycle.
So in the storage, those are like 4x4s. So that's where in the summertime you'd stick your skis or your board.
Yep.
You'd pull out your rollerblades.
Yeah.
You hit that right on the head.
Yeah, yeah.
In the winter would be my figure skating.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
And your tutu. But then the bike storage itself is actually individual in a common area. So that's what, like a bike garage. So you would still lock your bike up there.
With tools so you could steal stuff off other people's bikes.
But there would be enough in the bike storage for all the units, right? You were just talking about the storage lockers being the thing that might need to be first come, first serve.
The bike storage is typically not one-to-one either because it's just never going to be utilized like that. Like I would park my kid's bike in the bike room, but I wouldn't leave my bike in the bike room.
Okay.
Will you have electricity in the bike room?
Yes, and we'll have charging stations for e-bikes as well.
No e-bikes allowed on property.
Hey, so how many pillows, 172 units, how many people can be sleeping there? And
Including the lockers.
including the lockers and is the parking, what's your
We're parked to the code. We didn't do the pillow count, but we can do that real quickly.
I just want how many people are gonna be living there?
Yeah,
And another question I'd ask is there any sort of concern or impetus about putting the 3 bedrooms on a lower floor and the 2 bedrooms that would be less families and whatnot?
well, so, yeah, and it's a good question, and it's something we actually have to be pretty careful about. So we follow fair housing guidelines, which say that you have to disperse all the units throughout, such that somebody couldn't say, well, all the family units don't have any views, or all the family units X, Y, or Z. So we have to disperse them, but we have been thoughtful about placing them closer to like immediate access from the outdoors, or if it is up a stair, right up off the stairwell. Yeah, so about 330 pillows.
Is that accommodating for like 2 people for 1 bedroom or 1 person per? Is that just
Bedrooms.
how many bedrooms? Okay, got it.
Just
Great.
bedrooms.
You know, and what we find is that fluctuates over time.
Of course, yeah.
We also, just in, there was a question before about, the length of hallway with the reduction of the length of building. There's only about like 6 doors on either side. So we've really been able to reduce the scale of that to make it feel a lot more, small, more scale appropriate.
Great. Other questions? Carol?
One more specific and one general. So are any of the units ADA, universal design and?
Oh,
how many?
yes, definitely. So we always follow a 5% plus 2% for ADA and then visual and hearing impairment. And then all of our units on the first floor will be visitable. And so that's another reason we break up where the units are, since these are walk-up buildings.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
Also just on the general design of the buildings, I think they're vastly improved. I know you guys put a ton of work in, so thank you so much. One general question, like in the first iteration and this iteration, it's either Ls or Ts
Mhm.
that we're considering. So I know cost is a huge issue. We want to keep the rentals at that low AMI. It's clearly a need in the community, but were any other building shapes considered that could work? Maybe a step back approach of a series of buildings that could maximize those southward views, solar gain, all of that.
So the Ls and the Ts are really conducive to net zero design, and it's really a best practice in that regard. Do step the buildings down from a 3-story to a 2-story, and that's an improvement that we've made this time around to try to change that experience up from the pedestrian scale. There's also some grade differentiation from the site from south to north. And so that will create an additional stepping of the site. And as Nate mentioned, even our 3-story buildings here are basically going to be at the same height as our 2-story buildings at Alta Verde, just because of the differences in grade and how the site changes over the span of it. We also were very mindful of trying to kind of find that sweet spot between number of apartment homes, construction cost, financial feasibility, as well as livability of the site. If we started to break the buildings up too much, all of a sudden the parking also gets broken up more. And then you have more pedestrian auto conflicts. And then it chews into your open space. So we were mindful of all of those issues, which goes back to the slide in the very beginning about the laundry list of things that we were trying to balance. And we're showing you what we think is a very good kind of nexus of those various items.
I think what's also hard is that you never experience a community in plan view. And so when you're looking at a view like this, this element that's coming off on the left side of the screen there, that stays 2-story along the frontage. And so you don't ever think of it as a T, but more that it's actually creating this nice shelter and pedestrian scale around this green space, and that you're kind of looking through this corridor towards the river and really allowing for that light to come through, and allowing for it to really feel and live like I think between the FERC property and bringing our buildings also more in alignment with what that was looking like at the meeting a few weeks ago, to really create more of that neighborhood destination. And what we don't have shown on the site plan is how that regional park area could be improved, where the pond used to be, and how that's really going to feel like such an amazing gateway into this neighborhood as a whole when you're coming in and you're seeing the nonprofit campus and then the housing in the background. This site is really pretty shielded from Highway 9, which is why the solar panels were located there in the first place. But it's part of the area along Highway 9 that has the most vegetation that's existing. And then you have the Tetro parcel. And so we're really excited to start to just improve this neighborhood as a whole. And think that the building design has really come a long way to have better mountain character.
Hey, a couple things. I think the bike path is, it's kind of conceptual right now as far as where it goes. If that changes, is that something it's gonna kind of throw off your feng shui? So you can work with it no matter what the final result is of where the rec path goes.
We can work with it. Elena said she had thick skin earlier. My skin is a little thinner, so it'll take me like 5 minutes, but then we can work with it. Yes.
Okay. Another thing in your walkthrough, right, here's a picture right there. You have a fairly lush landscaping plan. I don't know if you guys get into that, if that's just kind of that's kind of more of a big picture or a small, more micro picture, but are you factoring in irrigation into this thing, or is this going to be all xeriscape, or is it going to just look nothing like I'm seeing right now?
This is definitely very lush. This would be, mid-July. But really, we will have both xeriscape and we'll have irrigation.
Yeah.
It's really challenging to keep a landscape alive without irrigation.
Yeah.
But what we're showing is a lot of ornamental grasses, which are one of the lowest water use plants that you can include in our mountain environment. And so that's really what that is. We also look at, and this eventually comes into maintenance, but we look at areas of native grasses and recommend certain areas that don't need to be mowed necessarily, that can then not need as much water, and also only place the sod or, that kind of turf in a high use area, like you see some here, but this is a pretty high impact, high use zone where someone could be having a little picnic. You could have your feet off in the grass, which is one of those feelings that all of us sometimes miss living in the mountains. It's true.
Miss my feet
Most of the
into
irrigation
AstroTurf.
strip.
All right, other questions?
I just wanted to say, I feel like you heard all of our comments, and I really, really appreciate all the work that you guys did, because I feel super comfortable with this, and I wasn't very comfortable with the other project, and I really appreciate you guys being so open to all the suggestions.
Yeah, I echo that. That was a heck of a lot of work in a short period of time, so really appreciate it.
Carol?
No, thank you. I had my comments earlier.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your holiday season. Yeah, I think this is way better. One of the things that I wrote down that, and I couldn't really tell by your schematic, I hope the stairways are wide and armored. I lived on a 3-story building, and carrying skis, bikes and all that upstairs. It was just drywall painted. And it just got pockmarked and so I don't know how you do that. But the reality is people carrying this stuff upstairs, especially on the third floor, second floor, they could be carrying a lot of junk and you want to make sure that it's sustainable.
Yeah.
No, just thank you. Thanks for all of your work.
Dennis.
Parking is much improved. I love the view corridors. You call them greenways, the breakup of the roofs, the color, and the step down from 3 to 2 story. I think you nailed it. Thank you.
I agree. Way better. Thank you. 2 things. We did not get grant funding for the Blue River Bikeway. So we would love some cooperation with you. So think about that. And then number 2, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I could be, but I went by, what's
You're on
place-
landing, you're thinking of
You're
the
on
colored,
landing.
the colored this
Looks like
color.
the color's really faded. I want to make sure that whatever we choose as the palette and the motif doesn't, it struck me the other day going by Huron that the brown looked like really ugly brown because I think it faded a lot. And this is going to be so directly affected by the sun, especially in those sun facing aspects. You know, it'd be better to have some harder materials if it kept the residents or even kept you guys just from, painting it too often.
For sure. That's
Yeah.
excellent.
And the
feedback.
less
Thank you.
actual grass, the better. Native grass is, to have to take care of real grass up here, I always think is a little extreme. But other than that, awesome job. It's really great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Big sigh of relief.
Usually when developers come in, it takes multiple meetings to get the message, but you guys, right on point,
A lot of choice.
right on point.
I think you're a little harsh too.
Begley, believe me.
And none of us had a busy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, you too.
Have a great holiday season, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, development agreement with Brian Peterson and Danielle O'Grady. Chapin.
Chapin's gonna sit down here. Chapin's got a very extensive memo that really explains this out, so he may just want to see what questions you all have. Great.
I'm assuming everybody
Pretty cut
read
and
it.
dry compared to.
Very
the same one
similar
we
to
did
the
before.
first one.
To
we
be
saw.
very brief, we basically already have a template for this that's been approved recently, as you know, with Terran Power for her development agreement. So the differences between Brian Danielle's property and Terran's property is that this property does not have an existing garage, the blank slate. They also have room for a third parking space. And then finally, the master plan requires a third parking space here, which is not required with in the Wellington by the Wellington master plan. So other than that, you have a detailed memo, like Rick said. I can take any questions you have.
I have a question. The request, I believe this request of $50,000 was part of the powers request, right? That specific number. Has there been any other kind of analysis or discussion about why that would be the right number, 50,000 or 50% of the cost of the garage and bonus room? Because I don't know if this is a realistic number, but people in the Wellington are passing around like 150 to more for a 2-car garage with an apartment above. And so I'm just trying to figure out, is that the right number that we should be using?
Sure. It just to be very straightforward, Brian just came to me and said, he was comfortable with the terms of the Terran Powers development agreement and wanted to basically do, cookie cutter, same thing. And
The number that we suggested, that they would be allowed to increase their and recover.
We were concerned about price creep, so
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
trying to balance how much.
We were given full amount.
Of space between 50,000 and 150,000. I'm not suggesting necessarily we give a full amount, but 50,000. I feel like we should put some thought into this number. If that's the right number, fine. But
The lower the number, the better it is going forward for resale. And
Right,
if
right.
they're fine with it.
I mean,
think this one is based on what the request is, but I should say that we had a long conversation at our committee meeting today about incentivizing ADUs and incentivizing conversion of commercial space and using housing helps as a cash incentive, as opposed to adding it on to the capital improvement, which then just drives price creep. And I think we're going to have a conversation with the council in January about, is it 15% or is it 30% that we should actually be using as a cash incentive to get people to do ADUs that they don't otherwise have to do. So I think that's where we landed at our committee meeting today. I mean, in this case, it sounds like 50,000 works for this particular applicant, but I mean, if we were to adopt a higher incentive and not have it part of the capital improvement, they could potentially be eligible for that.
So the reason I would like this discussion to be, I know that the Wellington neighborhood and Lincoln Park are pretty dense already. And so we don't want to over incentivize it because it's probably not the perfect place to have many, many units. But at the same time, we're talking $400,000 for a unit. And if we can get, these units are well priced. And so I don't want to disincentivize it so much that nobody, that only a few very fortunate people can move forward with this. I think that we should at least consider, I don't think we should make the decision right now, but I'd love for the housing committee to talk about what maybe the right number, or if there's a different program, like they can also, I mean, I know we are waiving a bunch of the fees, but if there's a different way that we can, that they could apply for money or something, I just think if we're incentivizing ADUs, we need to relook at this 50,000 because it doesn't seem like much of an incentive.
Yeah, Laurie's, I think, on to something with housing helps, but I think we really want to be thoughtful about it and give it some thought.
Yeah.
Talk about it at committee
Agreed.
first. And it's not a hard number to range, 15 to 30 or
Yeah,
whatever. So
yeah.
I think that's worthy of the committee having a further discussion, which you bring up. So.
Yeah, and in Wellington neighborhood or any of our deed restricted units, it's really important not to contribute to price creep. So in a way, it's more preferable to do a cash that helps them construct the unit, and then we keep the units affordable over time. But,
Yeah.
so
And
that,
I think there's a big consideration too of the income that goes along with this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's also
Yeah.
of value. Yeah, big value. Yeah.
Exactly.
For this particular one, I think the applicant is comfortable with matching the other one that we've done. But obviously, if we do come up with some policy changes that you guys agree to before we ink this deal, then they could be eligible
I
for
don't want to
that.
slow this down. I'm not trying to do that whatsoever, but
I agree that looking at this from, all angles and really getting the right number, because hopefully we do see more of these and hopefully we can look at that parking on Lincoln Park side to see if there are other solutions.
All right, anything else?
Thank
Good,
you, guys.
thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
BTO strategy update. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having us, Mayor Mamula and Town Council and town staff. Appreciate you taking the time to meet with us and regroup. I'd like to start quickly by just introducing the BTO Board of Director members right now. We have Richard Sauceville, who is not able to attend in person tonight. He had some family situation. He's our chair. Jay Beckerman is our treasurer. We have Dennis Kuhn, of course, is our town council rep. Sarah Lococo from the Breck Ski Resort. Wendy Wolf, who you all know well. And also Travis Beck and Bruce Horry, who was here earlier but had to take off. Meg Lass and Mike Shipley, who I believe is remoting in. So thank you for having us. First, I just wanted to quickly recognize Lucy quickly, if you didn't already know. At the Governor's Conference on Tourism this year, she was awarded the Outstanding Individual Contribution to Colorado Tourism. We're super proud. Congratulations.
Oh, no.
And let that up.
Congrats, Lucy.
Thank you.
And as just a quick note from the board, we couldn't be happier with the BTO staff. We're incredibly impressed with how they handled COVID and kind of shifting into the management role as a tourism office, and how they helped shepherd through communication and everyone through that incredible last year and a half, 2 years. So I just wanted to let you know, as a board, we're extremely happy with the BTO staff. And with that, I'll hand it over to Lucy. Thank you.
Thanks. And we do have Brett Howard in the audience, Bill Wachowski, and most of our senior management team is virtual, and Bill is sitting there with lots of extra slides if you have questions. So, our intent today is really to walk away today with alignment with all of you on our strategy for 2023. You've already approved the 22 plan. You've seen our contingencies for 22. The board we'll have our strategic planning meeting at the end of January. And based on the board direction, after your direction tonight, then our team will go into our team planning in February, and we pretty much have the plan and budgets built out by June, July. So that's the timing. So really, what we want to walk away from today is just that alignment on our 30,000 foot strategy for 23. We put what we hope is valuable information for you in the deck of why we do what we do, and some key results from the last year. And if we go looking at the last slide in the deck, we really want to affirm our key direction, what we do in the BTO and what we have done since the newer organization was formed is we focus on out of state, and we've been focused on summer, fall. And I think, we've seen some really strong results, especially, the last couple of years, both the out of state and the length of stay, all those metrics have been really strong through COVID. And, so we would throw it to you to just check and see, is that strategy still on point? There's always conversation about, should we be year round? Should we, what about the off season? What is the off season? We don't market May. What about October? Any of those kinds of timing things are what we would like to just throw open for discussion and get a read from all of you as to what you'd like to see us focus on.
Who's going to go first?
I'll jump in and Kelly will correct me. I personally am a fan of 3-season marketing. Spring, I think our brand doesn't show well in the spring. A lot of places are closed, our weather's really iffy. Trash, dog, et cetera, et cetera. All the stuff that melts and appears in the spring. It also gives small business owners a chance to do maintenance they may need to do after the winter and the year, and to catch their breath and take a break. So I personally, I think with the Front Range, those that want to stay open and want to keep going through the spring, there'll be plenty. We don't need to market to those guys. The hotels will, the hotels are gonna bring people up for the spring from the Front Range. So I think there'd be enough for those that want to stay open to survive through the spring. I grudgingly say I like where fall's going. It allows, as expensive as housing is getting for our workforce, and as difficult as it is for the workforce to live here, it allows them to not have another gap in income, and they can work straight through for 10, 11 and a half months, and survive and stay here and raise family here, and et cetera, et cetera. So I am a fan of summer, it's strategic. I don't think necessarily we're still at the more is better, hammer down on the accelerator kind of approach, but I think strategic approach to summer is still very appropriate, in fall with a little heavier foot.
Okay. I do believe in the year-round economy still. I remember all the work that BTO put into gathering information from our community, and I do support it. and I support listening to what they said. I think the gaps are really tough. On our employment pool, I would say, perhaps we don't need so much gas all around. I think evening it out would still be my goal. It's really hard to answer this while we're in the middle of an employee shortage. So we need both sides, right? We need the employees to support the economy too. And I also believe that, having an income year round would help support the employees. It's tough to say though, like where that, I guess, to continue with Dick's phrasing, what the gas should look like. I think I agree, more isn't always better. And I think we're definitely seeing that. I'm not saying in any means that we should stop advertising or anything crazy like that. I just think that we need to look at it strategically and what that does to our workforce and how we can support the people who are inviting here.
How do we balance the general marketing, which costs money, to social media? And when we do things on social media, does that target more of the drive up market?
We don't target drive intentionally. Some of the social media, depending on the channel, is going to catch people that are in that.
Yeah.
But our markets are out of state, summer, fall. That's
Okay.
our primary target.
So we don't, our social media is just a general, hey, we have this going on, and it doesn't specify where it's.
Yeah, it's kind of like who's plugged into that channel. Like if you're on our Twitter feed and you happen to be in Denver, we're going to catch you.
Yeah.
Because we're on that channel, but our targets are out of state.
I get you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kelly, do you want to disagree with Dick?
No, I don't. I just, I thought Lucy said something really interesting at the last BTO meeting. We talked about that as Vail Resorts is getting way more like national and international, they're getting way less Breck, and and their winter advertising for Breckenridge is different, and as it's changing, BTO is going to have to continue to ensure that Breck still has its specific marketing campaign. And I feel like we'll have to rely on them to tell us when it's time to sort of step up, because maybe it's not right now, but it's going to be something that they'll have to continue paying attention to, because Vail Resorts has really changed their marketing, and it is different than it used to be. It's not putting Breck's name out there as much anymore.
Yeah, they're managing, they're marketing to the Epic brand, whereas we need to, just to your point, Kelly, I think managing and maintaining the strength of the Breckenridge brand is paramount. That is the key. That is the funnel that we're trying to strategically fill. So
what is Vail doing? They're not focusing. They're focusing on the other resorts opposed to Breckenridge.
They're focusing, I think, on the big picture, on the Epic.
Oh, I get you.
On
Yeah.
the Epic Pass, selling the Epic
Right.
Pass. There's elements to it, but yeah.
Like wherever you go, wherever you visit, get an Epic Pass versus go to Breck and ski us.
Exactly.
That's why they don't have marketing departments at the individual resorts anymore. It's all done in Broomfield.
Yeah.
Mostly, I assume.
Carol?
I agree with the general direction, all these points on that last slide. The last thing, balance of marketing and management, I would put a little more emphasis on management, and of course deferring to the experts that have your finger on the pulse. Everything. I think one thing that opened my eyes is when, Lucy, you gathered some data for the congressional redistricting, and just that trend of the exploding Front Range and what it's doing to our community. And we know out of state are the visitors that we want to attract for their economic value, and what we can do as a town, as a DMMO, to manage and mitigate that effect. Kelly, you brought up a really interesting point that I was only loosely aware of, but of course, knowing what the other major players in our community are doing in those times that we don't necessarily market. But in general, at a high level strategy, I'm fully supportive. The last thing I'll say, just to add a little more for work, I deal with a lot of chambers. As soon as they hear that I'm from Breckenridge, different chambers, DMOs, they mention Lucy. Lucy really is a leader in the state, and thank you.
Thank you, Carol. One thing, just so it's not misunderstood in the audience or whoever is listening, we target out of state primarily, summer, fall, because if we don't do that, it's kind of not happening in a way that we would hope. Doesn't mean that we don't want Front Range. It means that Front Range is taken care of and we don't need to market when, we welcome everyone who comes into the community and everybody gets that same level of service. So sometimes that gets misunderstood or lost in the translation. So I just want to make that point for
I
whoever's
was going to ask
listening.
you, Lucy, when it says day visitors from out of state, so like they come up from New Mexico for the day?
No,
Or when you say day
they
visit,
could be a destination guest who's staying in Vail.
or they
Or-
drive some
Yeah,
other.
and
I
Bill
get you.
clarified for me today that it's outside of Summit County. So
Right,
it's
right.
somebody not from Colorado who's not staying in Summit County, but they're in Breck for the day.
So they're making a grand tour. They might do Vail, Steamboat.
Us through, or it could be an overnight guest in a nearby
get you.
community.
All right.
And we've always, we've been in the 40-something%, but this summer it really grew. We were kind of blown away. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with most of the comments. I do think we need to keep our eye on the winter. I am not as excited about fall as Dick obviously is. Because I think there is danger to our winter business. I think there's, I think there's less danger to our summer business because of what we have done. And I think this year will be an aberration. This year is revenge travel and, people recovering after a pandemic that, it turns out it's still going on. So we need to make sure, and then with what's going on with our weather patterns, I think we need to focus more on winter than we have in a long time. I know, from a high level, we generally think that winter's taken care of. The numbers always look good, but I do have a worry that at some point, that may start to change, and we need to be flexible enough as a marketing organization to see that coming and to go after that targeted marketing, especially, I talked to Sauce yesterday. He gave me a call just to tell me he wouldn't be here. And we talked about this a bit, and it is concerning that, Vail's a private company. They do what they want. And it's concerning that they're marketing to a broader product rather than the Breckenridge brand. And we may have to step in and use some of the fall money to bring people here on the edges of the winter.
It's very fair, Eric. We talk about it, and Brett does have messaging in market all the time. It's just really light in January, Feb, and we're talking about the next summer. But we would be prepared to pivot or change. And
we may have to as time goes on, and I'm talking about councils as they go along of December. What is December is going to what will December continue to look like if it continues to look like this weather-wise? And how can we drive people here now? Because there's really not a lot of, there's less stuff to do here now than there was in, November.
And I
So-
think that kind of question really plays into the events, because that would be one of the things we would think about. So that,
Well, if you remember, the reason we got Dew Tour originally
was
to bring
fill in.
people at the start of December when it wasn't great. So we may have to transition back to that. But
Okay, that's good feedback. Thank you.
other than that, great job.
All right.
One more thing. I hope we're keeping an eye on the product with the short staffing and with right now, the frustration of lack of snow. I just want to make sure that the people come here, that we know that they're getting a good experience. And I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you, certainly surveys, but I hope that's something that we can look at regularly and act accordingly.
We have the surveys, of course, we do a lot of training. guest service training, and Bill Wischowski leads that. He actually will go to a private business and do the training there because we know they can't spare the employees to come to a class. And we're right now in the finishing final lap of Breck 101, which is like a FAM program for new employees so they can experience different activities, restaurants, et cetera, as part of their training as a new employee. So we lean in heavy as we can on the training. And that may well be something else that we continue to heavy up to compensate. Before we leave, I wanted to be sure, like when we finished the destination management plan, we talked about balanced economy with you and what that means. And we kind of left it at it, currently tax revenues were roughly 60-40, 60% winter, 40% summer. And I haven't seen the October numbers yet. Hopefully I haven't missed it, but I think we're still roughly in that range, and we wanted to run by you. Does that still feel like a balance? I mean, we agree, it's not pedal to the metal 12 months a year. Nobody wants that, but the 60-40 still feel right. And we've seen ADRs come up tremendously this summer. So we might be a little higher on that 40% in terms of total. But does that feel like a good goal, or do you want us to shoot more for a 50-50? Any change there?
I don't think you could get there just because the summer season is by nature so short compared to the winter season. That winter season really does drag for a long period, where the true part of the busy part of the summer for retail and restaurant really does go from middle of June to middle of August. And that's the meat of it. And then after that, you do get, and we do have great weekends and stuff, but I don't think you can, I wouldn't want to be as busy in the winter for the same amount of time in the summer. I don't think anybody really wants
So
that. I think this is the place to be.
60-40 feels
For
good
me,
now?
60-40 in room nights. Who knows where ADR will go? ADR scares me, but I mean, that's not something we can really control. That's just market driven, I guess. I feel like we get too congested during the summer when we get the numbers up that high. It's just, there's so much more drive traffic here during the summer, and we don't have the whole mountain for people to go recreate on during the day and to spread them out so much. So it's
Only
very
Main Street.
intense in town.
Only the core.
I agree. 60-40 still
40.
seems right.
Does that
I
sound
think
good?
that's fine. I also think that perhaps, and I know I didn't answer it, so to the marketing versus management, I think focusing on the management portion, which is what you're doing. Like, I know that this is in line, but the conversations today about sustainability and recycling and water bottles and things like that, I am curious if there's something to be done. I know that this is on your radar, about inviting people here who don't recycle and who like one-time use bags and things like that, and creating a conflict and not really an environment that they feel comfortable or like. And then we're educating, I don't know, anything you can do about that as far as, and I know you're working on it, but I do think that, for me at least, focusing on the percentage, which I think is, I'm fine with it, focusing more on management a bit would be good, because we have lofty goals here as far as what the experience we want our culture to be. And to just have people come in who really don't feel comfortable with that, I worry about.
That's a great point on the management side. And one area where the BTO, I think, has done a really good job and can continue to be a good resource for town council is on the research side.
Yeah.
And watching that NPS score, watching those weekly or monthly welcome center surveys, and really keeping our eye on what is shifting. And we also want to extend the offer, if there's any additional data that you think you would utilize to help make decisions that we aren't providing, please reach out to us, because that is something we think is definitely part of the management goal and something that we can bring to the table.
Great. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
great. Thank you guys for your support.
Congratulations.
One last comment on the management side. If we could maybe put more emphasis on the be kind, be mellow, enjoy your vacation, however the messaging is. But you know, our country, everything's so angst on a national level now, you know, and it's coming into our little community and it's never been like that in the past.
If you
know.
haven't seen it yet, we started last summer with the ads with Austin about just kind of be chill, with employee challenges. Brett has now put together a whole Be Like Breck program, and we have a local marketing program launched now. We started early, really. He pushed the agency, so it's out now. It's television, radio, and print. And there's, there'll be a series of ads, but all of those are principles, are Be Like Breckenridge principles are incorporated in that. So, and it's like, we consider anybody who's standing in Breckenridge, a Breckenridge local on that day. So we're speaking to everybody who's here, talking to us, reminding ourselves of those things as well. And anyone who's here just for a shorter time.
Great. Thanks, Lucy.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jimmy. Great job.
All right, we have one final bit here, Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority appointments. Helen.
Nice to see you, Wendy.
Bye, Wendy.
Wendy.
That's the least Wendy's ever said at a council meeting.
All right, Mayor and Council, we had 5 applicants for 3 seats on the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority, which was probably our highest interest ever. As a result, we convened a small group consisting of the available Liquor Authority members, of which there are not many, and also Tara Olson and myself. So it was JB Katz, Taryn Power, and Tara and I. We interviewed all 5 applicants, and we have recommendation for you in the packet. We're recommending Ace Conway, Kelly Lovely, and Ashley Zimmerman to take the 3 4-year seats on the authority. As a reminder, JB Katz is term limited, and so she is ending her long stint with the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority. And then Tim Faust had other commitments, so he wasn't able to renew.
All right, questions?
So it's Ace Conway, Kelly Loverly, Ashley Zimmerman.
Lovely. No R.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely.
Okay.
All right.
The sample motion is there at the bottom of the memo for you to use for the
Go
evening
from there.
meeting.
Great. Helen, thank you.
Good interest letters.
Letters.
We're encouraged.
Okay,
Helen.
we have an executive session to go into now.
Town council go into executive session pursuant to paragraph 4F I of section 246402 CRS relating to a personnel matter.
Personnel, not personal. Personnel. Motion has
I really
been made
blew
for the
that.
town council to go in an executive session pursuant to paragraph 4FI, section 246402 CRS, relating to a personnel matter. Subjects of the executive session include the town manager and deputy town manager. Roll call, please.
Mr. Carlton?
Yes.
Ms. Giello?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Owen? Ms. Sade?
Yes.
Mayor Mamula?
Yes.
Sometimes
And the idea
unmuting.
is, if it's not
Ready, D?
positive, it just means that you don't have enough.
Well,
so you can-
theoretically. right.
Theoretically, yeah.
But anyone can get 8.
Yes, I think it's 8. Is it 8, Kelly?
It's 8.
Cool.
We're looking for the thing.
We're good.
We live?
Yep.
I call to order the town council for the town of Breckenridge regular meeting for Tuesday, December 14th. At 7 PM, roll call, please.
Ms. Sade.
Here.
Here. Mr. Bergeron.
Here.
Ms. Owens. Mr. Coon.
Here.
Ms. Giello. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Approval of the minutes for November 23, 2021. Anybody have any changes? At all? No, minutes stand as presented. Agenda, Rick?
Changes.
We then move to communications with council. It's time for citizens' comments. These are non-agenda items only, 3 minute time limit, please. And if you want to make a comment, you can step up to the microphone, give us your name, and you have 3 minutes. Anyone? Yes, sir.
You can hear me with the mask, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Doug Bear. Before I begin, Jeff, my comments are relegated toward you. But first, I wanted to ask if you were the person in the ULA parade that handed out the condoms and made the comment that folks who are unvaccinated should not reproduce.
I didn't hand out any condoms.
Okay, you didn't, but you made you made that comment?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to be fair. I wanted to make sure
Sure.
that I was talking to the right person. As a profession, you make various opinions. It's part of what you do. It's your living. I totally get that. But in my opinion, what you did that day was way out of line. And let me see if I can illustrate that. So if you were standing up and you were saying what you were saying, and the end of it, again, those who are unvaccinated should be not reproducing. I think the only thing left out of that scenario is a white hood over your head. And I mean that in all seriousness. I'm not trying to joke or be facetious. That kind of hate mongering, sorry, I think is way out of line. We can disagree, and I think that's great to disagree. But to make a statement that people should end their lives because you disagree, I think is not something that belongs in our county. We can care about each other even though we strongly disagree with each other. And this whole mess creates a lot of disagreement. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Anyone else?
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
my name is Sarah Graham. This excerpt is from a Summit Daily opinion piece dated December 2020. For each of us, the challenges have been varied and unique. Some have it much worse than others. When I say 2020, I am not just speaking of the pandemic. The angst and anger has been festering for over a decade. The nation is divided. Heck, even locally, the only thing everyone can agree on is to avoid our local post offices like the plague, pun intended. For much of this, I blame the internet, which provides neither attribution nor blame for posted hate. I also blame the outlets for which a soapbox to those saying stuff that is ugly, divisive, and untrue. The previous was written by Jeffrey Bergeron. I am here to ask you face to face, Jeffrey, do you think telling locals and visitors alike only take a condom if you are vaccinated because we do not want you to reproduce is ugly, divisive, and untrue? I sure do. In fact, I will go further. It is hurtful to those who are struggling to have a child. It is bigotry at its finest. I thought the promotion of eugenics was squashed by the US Supreme Court in 1967. It was not funny. As a representative here serving on town council, your words reflect your constituents. If the actions of our elected officials don't count outside of office hours, then what was the point of the Bill and Monica trial? They very much do count. Your actions reflect on your true self and the ethics you bring to the table in making decisions on behalf of our community. Jeffrey, your Uller Parade comments were evil, meant to cut people. They were not impulsive. You crafted this message with Dr. PJ and said it twice as the MC of the parade. Doc PJ is definitely feeling the wrath too. However, he is not an elected official such as yourself. Your obvious disdain and Aryan view toward the dirty unvaccinated is clear. You do not deserve to sit on this town council. How would it feel if Jeffrey had said, only take a condom if you're poor, homeless, Democrat, Republican, because we don't want you to reproduce? Are those comments acceptable? Should someone like that be a council member? Because there's no difference. Ultimately, what was your goal? To eliminate from this planet those who think different from you? We need to all be able to live in peace and harmony together, to respect our differences. We do not need elected officials using town events as an outlet to foster bigotry with intentional hate speech. I am here to ask the Breck Council to remove Jeffrey Bergeron. The council cannot allow bigots a soapbox to divide and upset our community. Step down, Jeffrey Bergeron, and stay in your lane as Biff.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Rachel Steinmetz, and I've worked in the county for 15 years. Thank you for hearing my concerns today. I want to express my deep disgust and disappointment at the statements made during the Lurfest parade last Thursday, read by MC Jeffrey Bergeron from Dr. PJ at High Country Health, to suggest that those who choose not to receive a COVID-19 vaccine should not reproduce is inflammatory hate speech. And should be above any member of the council and any member of the medical community who values their Hippocratic oath and wishes to behave ethically. You're actively sanctioning bigotry, dehumanization, eugenics, and division by allowing such disturbing suggestions at a county event. Regardless of your personal feelings about the vaccine, those in position of authority should have the humility and the humanity to realize that there are many medical, scientific, and personal reasons why someone chooses to opt out of this product, including watching their own family members suffer injury from it. And that those individuals do not deserve to be alienated, marginalized, and maligned in society. Being contemptuous, pejorative, and dismissive towards fellow community members for their personal and private medical choices is unethical, unprofessional, and unacceptable. Discrimination, segregation, and scapegoating are cowardly tactics that will only land us in the middle of human rights violations yet again. Please do not make excuses for or just ignore these instances of public bigotry, because while we may think we are safe in our little bubble up here, the world is watching, and they are judging us for our self-righteousness and false morality. History has shown that normalizing this kind of dehumanizing language against a certain segment of society, what it leads to, and it never ends well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Ryan. I am here tonight to discuss about the comments made at the Uller Parade this past week. I was born and raised in this community, and I'm absolutely appalled to hear these comments regarding vaccine status from longtime locals that I've grown up watching. You are elected officials and you You represent the people. I understand we live in an extremely political leaning community, but that does not give you the permission to spread hate and alienate people that do not have the same beliefs and values as you do. At this time, 2 years into a pandemic, people are doing what they believe is best for them and their life circumstances. It is insensitive of you to believe you know what is best for everyone. People have lost friends, family, businesses, fallen to addictions, lost livelihoods. It is not your position to judge that and decide what is best for everyone's health. As good leaders, it is your duty to rise up and bring our community back together. It is not to divide and push hate. As a town that prides themselves on equality and equity, there's absolutely no place for this. I hope you stop and realize this moving forward and any further decisions you make, both as council members and community members. The only way forward is to respect one another together. And this is a quote: "A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of his actions and the integrity of his intent." And a side note, what you guys are doing to the short-term rentals is destroying what this county has and town has been built on, and that's tourism. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Julia Biddle,
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Thank you.
and I was born and raised in Summit County. As someone who has called this place home for almost 31 years, I was both shocked and saddened by the hateful rhetoric that was displayed at the Uller Parade by two members of our community who should have known better. While the words were written by Dr. Craig P., also known as Dr. PJ, it was ultimately up to Town Council member Jeffrey Bergeron to decide whether he was going to repeat the message for the world to hear or not. In choosing to do so, he not only did a disservice to himself, but to the county as a whole, and certainly to the town of Breckenridge. An elected official such as himself should have known that anything one says in public can be used against him or against the community he appears to represent. In this case, Jeffrey Bergeron, also known as Biff America, has shown the whole world that Breckenridge is not an inviting place to people who have chosen natural immunity or ones who simply decide not to get the vaccine for reasons that are solely their own. You may think I'm exaggerating when I say the whole world. However, this video has spread all over social media and has even made it onto a few large alternative news sources watched by millions every day around the world. We are not a small town known as heard of that can fly under the radar and bad publicity arises. Breckenridge is a world-class tourist destination, and those of us who live, work, and own businesses in Breckenridge and surrounding towns rely on tourists feeling welcomed, wanted, and appreciated so that they return year after year. Summit County is a community full of diverse, kind, caring people who stand for freedom and wholeheartedly reject hate. And we do not appreciate an elected official who represents us as anything but. You may have thought that what you were saying was funny, Mr. Bergeron, but to many, it was a sign that anyone who wishes to have the freedom to choose what goes into and what happens to their bodies is not welcome in Summit County. And worse than that, your message states that they are not fit to bear children, which is not a decision that you, Dr. PJ, or any other person on the entire planet is allowed to make for another human being. As a business-owning, tax-paying member of the community, I demand that Town Council member Jeffrey Bergeron resign from his position so that it may be filled by someone who has our best interests at heart and can represent Summit County and the town of Breckenridge in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you for your comments this evening. Jeffrey and the rest of the council has talked about this. Just so you understand, we do not have any authority to make him resign. He is in place because of the electorate. And so it's good that you showed up to tell him how you think. We've gotten quite a bit of mail about it, and we have talked about it. So thank you very much. And with that, I will close the communications to council and move on to continued business. We go to the second reading, Council Bills number 33, Series 2021. This is an ordinance approving a lease with Treetop Child Advocacy Center. It's a Colorado nonprofit corporation.
Mayor and council, you have before you an ordinance that would allow us to renew the Treetop Child Advocacy Center lease. They've been in the community center building for several years now. That space has worked really well for them. They're happy to be there and very thankful to the council for allowing them to stay. This does renew their lease for 2 years with a rate increase, and we would hope if council is agreeable to possibly get them into a longer term lease in the future. Questions?
Questions? I would definitely agree with a longer lease.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Same.
I appreciate the work they do and agree. Longer lease makes sense.
All right, with that, is anyone in the public wish to comment on the second reading of Council Bill number 33 about Treetop Child Advocacy Center? No, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, a movie passed Council Bill number 33, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
There is a motion and a second. Any further comments or discussion by council? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Giello. Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Ms. Owens. Ms. Sade.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a couple, first reading tonight of Council Bill number 34, Series 2021. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Title 4 of the Breckenridge Town Code concerning amenity clubs. Mark.
Mayor and council, this amendment will change policy 24R in our code, and it will remove the possibility of getting positive points for amenity spaces, which is something that we previously had in the code, and now we're making a correction to make sure that's clarified. There's a couple other things as well that we talked about in this afternoon's work session. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on the first reading of Council Bill number 34? No, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, a movie passed Council Bill number 34, Series 2021, the title which had been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Roll call, please. Helen?
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Giello.
Yes.
Ms. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a resolution number 31, Series 2021. This is a resolution approving a second amendment to employment agreement with Rick G. Holman.
The mayor and council in front of you, if approved, would be by resolution, a second amendment to my employment agreement. My current agreement expires at the end of this month. And so the only change to that agreement would be an extension for an additional 2.5 years.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions of Rick? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this resolution? Yeah. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
I move we pass resolution number 31, a resolution approving the Second Amendment employment of Rick G. Holman, alias Large and in Charge, in the manner that was handed out to us.
Second.
Anyone in the public? Any further discussion? There is a motion in a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Ms. Owens. Sorry.
Ooh.
Oh.
Head fake by Kelly Owens.
Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a resolution number 32, Series 2021. This is a resolution adopting the Town of Breckenridge Comprehensive Plan and Land Use Guidelines as the town's annexation plan pursuant to Section 31-12-1051E CRS. Mark.
Thank you. The Colorado revised statutes require that the town has an annexation in place before they actively pursue any annexations. And in our case, the resolution in front of you will adopt the town's comprehensive plan and along with our land use guidelines to serve as our 3-mile plan for future annexations.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions of staff? Now, anyone in the public wish to comment on this resolution? Seeing none. Is there a motion?
I move we pass resolution number 32, series 2021, a resolution adopting the town of Breckenridge comprehensive plan and land use guidelines as the town annexation plan pursuant to section 31-12-105 and some other stuff. IECRS.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further council discussion? No, roll call, please.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Ms. Owens, Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron, Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Mayor Mamula.
Yes, we have liquor and marijuana licensing authority appointments. Yeah, Helen?
Mayor and council, this is not a resolution. This is your opportunity to appoint the 3 open seats to the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority. The group that was convened to make a recommendation is recommending Ace Conway, Kelly Lovely, and Ashley Zimmerman to 3 4-year terms on the authority. And the motion that you would use to do this is in the packet.
Excellent. Anyone in the public wish to comment on these seats being filled? No, public hearing's closed. Is there a motion?
I move we appoint Ace Conway, Kelly Lovely, and Ashley Zimmerman to 4-year terms on the Breckenridge Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens, Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have planning commission decisions from the 7th of December, 2021.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I'm fine. Yeah, sorry, crossing my legs.
Are there any call-ups this evening? No, planning commission decisions stand as presented. We have the report of the town manager and staff.
No, Eric, are you gonna bring up under other?
I am.
Okay. No. I'm good.
Something I don't know about.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Nothing else? All right. Report of the mayor and council, cast MMC. We didn't have any of that, did we?
No.
No. Yeah, I'm boring. Open space.
So Anne pretty much said everything. There was a large chunk of the meeting last night filled with the 2021 field season highlights, which was just a beautiful presentation that I will be able to share. Somebody will be able to share with you shortly. They were just wrapping up a few items with it, but just a huge thanks to everyone from the seasonal staff. They did a wonderful job over the summer months, and that's it.
They're a great bunch.
Yeah, they are.
And never mind. Well, they got a puppy named Nugget, and she just steals the show in this presentation. Now I'm really done.
All right, tourism.
I think they updated us tonight.
Thank you, sir. Heritage.
Yep, 60 years of Breckenridge Ski Resort history and 60 objects starts this Thursday night, December 16th, on the ski resort's 60th anniversary. The BHA is really proud of this exhibit and all the hard work that went into it. And unlike some displays that include a professional design firm, they did it all themselves. So the Welcome Center is open to open this week from 9 to 5, but the December 16th, this Thursday night, starts the exhibit.
Excellent.
You're all invited.
Cool. All right. Creative arts.
Yeah, we had a meeting yesterday. The board approved a leadership plan designed to simplify the board some and to stabilize, we've had a lot of change in the organization. 3 priorities. One is recognition and support of our resident companies. The most effective way to utilize our resources with an eye on the campus, the arts campus, and then philanthropy. They're going to bring a fundraising element to the organization. In the process of doing some strategic planning around that, creating some committees Executive Committee, Finance, Public Arts Committee is gonna come back, which I think will be
Oh,
great. It's a
sweet.
good organization, good group. And then the resident companies are gonna have a strong working group, which I think will be effective. And then a arts and culture affiliate group, which I also think will be effective. And let's see here. And then we're going to transition towards a quarterly report from Tamara during work session, where we can actually have some a presentation and some discourse.
Excellent.
It's a good, it was effective meeting. It's good.
I'm psyched about the Public Arts Commission. I think we're missing that right now, so that'll be awesome.
Yep.
Did we take? care
Anything
of-
you want them to look at or?
There's this blue thing I'd like to have a discussion on. No, but how, are we squared away with the Carrie and
Now,
okay, but we got everything they
game
needed,
plan for where it's
the
going.
letter and all, everything they were asking about. Okay, great. Thank you.
The piece of art that Carrie and
Oh, yes, yeah. I remember. I'm good.
papers, yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Cool.
And what about the Wayway? We have to put that on, that went away, the Wayway went away, the bike thing, then put that on hold.
Never finalized.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
All right, Events Committee, anything to add?
We covered it.
Childcare,
There wasn't a meeting.
workforce housing.
we met today, but they're gonna, it's a lot of data, a lot of information. So staff's gonna bring a written report to talk about next meeting.
Awesome. And social equity.
We have not had a meeting.
Okay, well, that was quick. All right, other matters.
Eric, let's go back to historic. I forgot to tell you something. The Colorado Preservation, Inc. is moving the Riling Dredge from its endangered list to saved.
Oh.
Really?
Alan, Larry, and Larissa were interviewed by the CPI film crew yesterday and asked to talk about the project and what it means to the BHA. So they will be recognized at the Saving Places Conference of Endangered Places Luncheon.
Well, that's great.
It's going to happen in
That's
Denver.
outstanding. Cool. Thanks,
All
Dennis.
good news.
All right, other matters.
I just want to say that the lights around town are gorgeous right now.
Yeah.
Public Works, I believe. Just beautiful. I don't know if they're more, if I'm noticing more, but it's gorgeous.
I was standing next to the guy from the company when we turned the lights on at the lighting, and he was visibly nervous before they went on. He was super-
Done so well in the
he was
past. So
super psyched when they went
good for him.
on. Any other matters? All right, here's my other matter. I would like to find, and as quickly as we can, one of the small communities that was really hit hard in the tornadoes, and do a donation to them directly to their town. Like we did the same thing for Austin a handful of years ago. So I was talking to Lucy about it. She said there's some little town, there's about 300 people that live there. You know, you worry that some of these smaller towns will have a little more trouble getting federal dollars. And if you guys think that's a good idea, I think we should do it.
Absolutely.
It's a great idea.
I love it.
We're gonna try to engage the rest of the community to contribute as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll send an email to the rest of the mayors. If you guys like, I'd be happy to do that.
I mean, we could do it as a municipality and then just do a press release with information where community members can give.
Can
as
do,
well.
yeah. That's pretty horrifying, so.
Yeah, it was.
Well, and I think
Devastating.
it can be overwhelming with all the different options. So to just say like, hey, here's a town that we know needs it. Here's how to
Yeah.
do it. Like,
I
great.
talked to Lucy a little bit. She had some place she told me about that. Of course, I can't remember. But what do you think for an amount? What's I don't know what we did when we did Austin. Do you remember?
You know, I honestly don't, but I can check. For some reason that, is it 50 maybe was in 50,000 in my mind, but
I mean, I think that would be
I mean, I just, for me, it's important that it go to the right place and it's used for the right, you know, that it doesn't,
Yeah.
I mean, if it goes to the Red Cross, it supports all of this stuff, but you know, they're getting obviously, a lot. So.
And, you know, maybe you could reach out to, once we figure out where, you could reach out to the manager and, you know.
I may actually find out who their mayor is, so you could make contact with them or something.
Yeah.
and We can.
All right. Good, thank you.
Good idea.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Anything else this evening? All right. Thanks for everything, gang.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Wonderful holiday to all of you, and I'll see you in
See you in a
January.
long time.
Yeah.
January 11th.
Holidays.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Welcome.
Have some of that right now.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we are set for January 18th. And
for
we did
Tim's.
lock that in for Tim Berry's,
Time?
like invitation done and everything to send out, but January 18th is it.